The most chilling stories are often the true ones. The ones that remind us that horror isn't just confined to fiction. It can be waiting around the next bend in the road, especially when that road leads deep into the wilderness. Tonight's story comes directly from someone who experienced this firsthand. They embarked on what should have been an incredible RV journey through Alaska. Instead, poor choices, unforeseen circumstances, or perhaps something more sinister turned their adventure into a terrifying ordeal they themselves label a deadly mistake. Listen closely. This is their account. True, my RV camping trip to Alaska was a deadly mistake. My name is Jake Miller. I guess you could say I was running away. Not from the law, nothing like that. I was running away from the noise. The constant, grinding, soul-crushing noise of the life I'd built, or maybe the life that had built itself around me. Sirens, deadlines, notifications, the endless drone of office small talk, the pressure cooker of the city, it had all become a physical weight, something I felt pressing down on my chest every morning when I woke up. I needed out. I craved silence, real silence, the kind you can sink into, the kind that lets you hear yourself think, or maybe finally stop thinking altogether for a blessed minute. So, Alaska, the last frontier. It sounded like the antidote. Vast, untamed, sparsely populated. Images filled my head: soaring mountains, capped with snow even in summer, endless forests of spruce and pine, glacial rivers carving through valleys, and above all, quiet. The kind of profound quiet that settles deep in your bones. The plan was simple: buy a used, sturdy RV christened the Wanderer, with perhaps a little too much romanticism kitted out for self-sufficiency, and drive north. Leave the lower 48 behind and just be. For weeks, maybe months. No itinerary, no obligations, just me, the road, and the wilderness. I thought driving an RV through Alaska would be the adventure of a lifetime, escaping the noise. I was wrong. The silence out there, it wasn't empty. Something waited in the vast, cold quiet, just beyond the reach of our headlights. The initial drive north was long but exhilarating. Shedding miles felt like shedding stress. Crossing the Canadian border, then finally, the sign, "Welcome to Alaska." A thrill shot through me, a sense of accomplishment mixed with anticipation. The Wanderer, a slightly dated but reliable-looking Class C motorhome, handled the Escalating highway decently, its engine humming a steady rhythm against the backdrop of increasingly dramatic scenery. Towns became smaller farther apart. Cell service became a forgotten luxury. This was it. This was what I wanted. My first few days were spent hopping between established campgrounds near the more accessible parks. Denali was breathtaking, Kenai Fjord stunning. But even there, surrounded by nature's grandeur, there was still a hum of human activity, other RVs, tour buses, the distant chatter of fellow travelers. It was beautiful, yes, but it wasn't the deep immersion I craved. I needed to go further, deeper. Consulting worn paper maps, another novelty I embraced, I picked a route heading further north, then veering off onto a state highway known for being less traveled, one that promised access to truly remote territory. The paved road eventually gave way to graded gravel, shaking the Wanderer more vigorously, rattling the mugs in the small kitchen cupboards. The trees grew denser, the mountains loomed larger, pressing in on the narrow ribbon of road. I hadn't seen another car for hours. This was more like it. The air tasted cleaner, colder. When I pulled over for lunch by a rushing creek, the only sounds were the water tumbling over rocks, the wind sighing through the high branches of Sitka spruce, and the occasional cry of a raven. I sat on the RV steps, eating a sandwich, and felt a peace I hadn't experienced in years. This was the silence I had sought, or so I thought. That evening, I found a pull off overlooking a wide, marshy valley. It wasn't an official spot, just a flattened area of gravel likely used by maintenance crews or truckers. Perfect. Miles from anywhere, no one around. As the sun began its long, slow descent, the Alaskan summer twilight seemed to last forever. I killed the engine. And the silence that rushed in was immense, utterly profound, far more absolute than the gentle sounds by the creek earlier. It wasn't just the absence of human noise, or even animal noise. It felt like the absence of everything. It pressed against the metal skin of the RV, against my eardrums. It was unnerving. I had craved quiet, but this felt heavier. Pregnant. Like the pause before a storm breaks, but a storm that never arrives, leaving only the tense anticipation hanging in the air. I tried to shake it off. Paranoia. City nerves still jangling. I went through my evening routine, leveling the RV, checking the propane, making dinner on the small gas stove. The familiar, mundane tasks were comforting. I put on some quiet music, but it felt intrusive, disrespectful almost to the vast stillness outside. I turned it off after just one song. As true darkness finally fell, a deep, star-dusted black velvet, the feeling intensified. The wanderer felt like a tiny, fragile bubble of warmth and light in an endless, indifferent void. I drew the curtains, shutting out the immense blackness, but I couldn't shut out the feeling. The silence seemed to seep through the walls. I tried reading, but my eyes kept flicking towards the windows, towards the drawn curtains, expecting I didn't know what. A sound. A movement. My own reflection seemed alien in the polished surface of the dark microwave door. The generator hummed quietly outside, powering the lights. A small island of man made sound in the ocean of quiet. Usually I found the sound irritating, a necessary evil. Tonight it was a comfort, a tiny anchor against the overwhelming emptiness. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. I switched off the main lights, leaving only a small reading lamp by the bed above the cab. Before climbing up, I hesitated, then pulled back the edge of the curtain over the dinette window. Just a fraction. Nothing. Just impenetrable blackness, the kind of dark that feels solid. No moon, or perhaps it was obscured by clouds or mountains. The stars were brilliant, cold points of light, impossibly distant. In the silence, it was still there, waiting. I climbed into the bunk, pulling the blankets high. Sleep felt far away. My ears strained, trying to catch any sound, any normal night noise, an owl, a rustle in the undergrowth, the wind. But there was nothing. Only the low thrum of the generator and the sound of my own breathing, unnaturally loud in the confined space. Then I heard it, faintly at first, so faint I thought I was imagining it, my overtired brain playing tricks. It was a rhythmic sound, a soft, muffled thump, thump, thump. It seemed to come from outside, somewhere towards the front of the RV. My heart rate kicked up. An animal, a bear trying to investigate the vehicle. But the sound wasn't heavy enough for a bear. It was too regular. Thump, thump, thump. Like something being softly, persistently tapped against the fiberglass shell. I held my breath, listening intently. The generator's hum seemed to pulse in time with my accelerating heartbeat. The thumping continued steady, unhurried. Thump, thump, thump. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at the back of my neck. This wasn't an animal. Animals investigate, they sniff, they scratch, they might bump into something once, but this deliberate, rhythmic tapping, it felt intentional. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed to be coming from near the driver's side headlight area. Low down. Slowly, carefully, I eased myself out of the bunk, my bare feet landing silently on the cool linoleum floor. The RV seemed incredibly small now, the walls closing in. Every creak of the vehicle settling seemed amplified. I crept towards the front, towards the cockpit. The windshield offered a huge, dark view of the nothingness outside. The thumping stopped, abruptly, as if whatever was making the noise knew I was moving, knew I was listening. The silence crashed back in, heavier than before, thick with unspoken tension. I stood frozen, halfway between the bed and the driver's seat, straining my ears. Nothing. Only the generator, only my pulse hammering against my ribs. Minutes passed. 5, 10. Still nothing. Maybe it was an animal after all. A branch falling rhythmically in a breeze I couldn't hear inside. My mind scrabbled for rational explanations, desperate to dispel the icy fear that was beginning to crystallize in my gut. But there was no wind. The air outside, when I'd stepped out earlier, had been perfectly still, and the sound had been too methodical. Hesitantly, I moved to the driver's seat and peered through the windshield. The headlights were off, of course, and the darkness outside was absolute. I couldn't see a thing beyond the faint reflection of the interior reading light on the glass. Part of me wanted to flick on the high beams, to flood the area with light and expose whatever might be lurking there. But a stronger part, a primal instinct, screamed at me not to. Don't reveal yourself. Don't draw attention. Whatever was out there, it knew I was here. The stopping of the sound proved that. I retreated from the window, my skin crawling. I checked the door lock bolted. Checked the window latches secure. Small comforts, but functionally useless against whatever this was. Sleep was impossible now. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the dinette booth, facing the front windshield, eyes wide, straining to hear anything over the generator and my own ragged breathing. The silence remained unbroken, but it no longer felt empty. It felt watchful, attentive, like something was standing just outside the thin walls, listening to me listen for it. As the first hints of gray began to dilute the blackness outside, the long-delayed dawn, a sliver of relief trickled through me. Darkness was receding, but the fear lingered, cold and heavy. When it was light enough to see, I forced myself to go outside. Heart pounding, I scanned the area around the RV. Dew lay heavy on the sparse vegetation. The air was crisp, cold. Everything looked normal. Serene, even. Then I looked at the ground near the driver's side front wheel, where I thought the thumping had come from. There were tracks in the damp gravel and dirt, not animal tracks. Not human footprints either. They were strange, shallow depressions, almost like something wide and soft had been pressed there repeatedly. And leading away from them, heading towards the dense, dark tree line about 50 yards away, was a single, meandering line of similar impressions, already fading as the ground dried. The silence of the morning felt different now, no longer peaceful, no longer just empty. It felt like a held breath, like something had retreated with the darkness, but was still there, waiting, just beyond the reach of my sight, hidden in the vast, cold quiet of Alaska. My adventure had begun, but it wasn't the escape I'd envisioned. It was something else entirely, and I had a sinking feeling it was only just starting. Standing there in the cold Alaskan dawn, staring at those bizarre, unsettling tracks, the last vestiges of my romantic notion of peaceful solitude evaporated. The rational part of my brain, the part that had gotten me through years of high-pressure city life, was screaming explanations, melting snow patterns, distorted animal prints, maybe even some weird geological phenomenon. But the knot of ice in my stomach knew better. The rhythmic tapping, the way it had stopped when I moved, the deliberate wrongness of these impressions in the gravel, it wasn't natural. I didn't linger. The urge to get away, to put miles between myself and this spot, was overwhelming. Forget breakfast, forget coffee. I practically threw myself into the driver's seat, the key fumbling in the ignition with trembling fingers. The Wanderer's engine roared to life, sounding blessedly loud, blessedly normal in the oppressive silence of the valley. I didn't even bother retracting the leveling jacks fully. I just slammed the RV into drive and lurched back onto the gravel road, spraying stones behind me. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirrors, half expecting to see something emerge from the tree line, but there was nothing. Just the receding valley, looking deceptively peaceful in the morning light. But the feeling of being watched didn't fade with distance. It clung to me, heavy as the damp air, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The drive that day was different. The stunning landscapes that had thrilled me before now felt monolithic, indifferent, almost menacing. The towering peaks seemed to loom, casting long, dark shadows even under the high sun. The dense forests crowding the roadside felt secretive, watchful. Every flicker of movement in the periphery, a bird taking flight, a branch swaying made me jump. The silence, broken only by the drone of the RV and the crunch of gravel under the tires, was no longer a welcome respite, but a constant reminder of the vast, empty space around me and the something that might be inhabiting it. I needed fuel, and more importantly, I needed people. Even a brief interaction, a mundane transaction, felt essential to grounding myself back in reality. My map showed a tiny settlement, barely a dot, about 60 miles ahead, situated where the gravel road met a slightly more substantial, though still remote, highway. Prospect Creek. The map called it. It sounded bleak, but it was the only sign of civilization for hundreds of miles. Prospect Creek turned out to be less a town and more a loose collection of weathered buildings, huddled around a crossroads, a combined gas station and general store with rusty pumps out front, a small, windowless bar with a flickering neon sign that just said BAR, and a handful of cabins scattered amongst the trees, smoke curling thinly from a couple of chimneys. It had the air of a place clinging precariously to existence. I pulled the wanderer up to the gas pumps. An old, grizzled man with a face like tanned leather and eyes that seemed to see more than they let on emerged slowly from the store, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. He didn't smile, just nodded curtly as I got out. "Fill her up," he asked, his voice gravelly, like the road I'd just driven. "Yes, please. Diesel," I replied, trying to sound casual, normal. My voice felt tight. As the pump chugged noisily, filling the RV's large tank, I tried to make small talk, desperate for a connection. "Quite the place you've got here. Pretty remote," he just grunted, watching the numbers on the pump. "Being quiet out here." I pressed, trying to steer the conversation. "Anything unusual happening lately?" He stopped looking at the pump and turned those piercing eyes on me. He sized me up for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Defined unusual, city boy. The way he said city boy wasn't exactly hostile, but it wasn't friendly either. It set me apart, marked me as an outsider. "I don't know," I stammered, feeling foolish. "Just strange noises, odd tracks. I was camped back down that gravel road last night." My voice trailed off. He finished fueling, screwed the cap back on tightly, and hung up the nozzle with a decisive clang. He looked back towards the dense woods surrounding the settlement, then back at me. "This ain't the city," he said, his voice low. "Lots of things out here ain't on your maps. Things that like the quiet. Things that watch." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "Some things they don't like being disturbed. Best keep moving. And maybe stick closer to the main roads, He didn't elaborate. Didn't ask what I heard or saw. It wasn't advice. It felt more like a warning, delivered with the weary resignation of someone who knows things they don't want to talk about. He took my credit card inside, processed the payment in silence, and handed it back without another word, retreating into the shadows of the store. The encounter left me colder than the Alaskan air. He knew, or he suspected. He wasn't surprised by my vague question. That things that watch line burrowed deep into my already frayed nerves. His advice to stick to main roads was sensible, yet part of me felt a stubborn resistance. I hadn't come all this way to cower on the tourist trails. But the fear was real, tangible now. I bought a few basic supplies in the dim, cluttered store, overpriced coffee, canned soup, jerky avoiding the old man's gaze. Back in the RV, I sat for a while, the engine off, listening. The silence here felt different too, closer, known. Tolerated by the few inhabitants, perhaps, but still present. I had a choice. Turn south, back towards relative civilization, maybe cut the trip short, or push on. The fear screamed retreat. But the mystery, the sheer impossibility of what I might have encountered, pulled at me. And there was still that deep, seated need that had brought me here, the need to understand something beyond the noise I'd left behind. Perhaps this was the silence I'd sought, just not the peaceful kind. Hesitantly, I decided to continue north, but I took the old man's implied advice. I stuck to the slightly more traveled highway, still remote by any normal standard, but at least it was paved, and I saw another vehicle maybe once every hour. As evening approached, I looked for a place to stop. I avoided isolated pull-offs like the one from the night before. I found a state-run recreational site, basically a large gravel loop off the highway with designated spots, fire pits, and an outhouse. There were 2 other vehicles parked at the far end, another RV, and a pickup truck with a camper shell. Not exactly company, but at least not total isolation. I picked a spot near the entrance, angled so I had a clear view of the road and the loop. The relief of not being entirely alone was minimal. The vast wilderness still surrounded the clearing, the tall trees standing like silent sentinels. As dusk settled, the other campers remained inside their vehicles. No friendly waves, no campfire chatter, just 3 isolated capsules of light and warmth against the encroaching dark. This time, I left the generator off. The noise felt like a beacon. I relied on the RV's battery for a couple of dim interior lights. I ate my cold soup straight from the can, listening. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt through me. The silence pressed in again, thick and expectant. I kept glancing at the other RV and truck. Were they hearing anything? Were they even aware? Night fell completely. I sat at the dinette, curtains drawn back just enough to see out, peering into the darkness. Unlike the previous night, tonight wasn't utterly silent. There was a faint breeze sighing through the treetops, the distant gurgle of a creek somewhere. Normal sounds, yet the underlying tension remained. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. Around 1 a.m., sleep deprivation warring with adrenaline, I heard it again. Not the tapping this time. It was a scraping sound. Loud, dragging, like something rough being pulled across gravel, then across metal. It came from the passenger side of the RV towards the rear. My blood ran cold. I froze, straining my ears. The scraping stopped. Then a soft thump, like something bumping gently against the side of the Wanderer. My breath hitched. It was circling. I stayed absolutely still, hardly daring to breathe. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Silence. Then, from the other side, the driver's side, another sound of faint, wet, sticky noise, like suction cups being slowly peeled off a surface. Sloop, sloop. It moved along the side of the RV, towards the front. Panic clawed at my throat. It was right outside. Touching the vehicle. I wanted to scream, to turn on the headlights, to blast the horn, but I was paralyzed by fear. What would happen if I did? What would I see? Then, movement flickered at the edge of the driver's side window. I instinctively ducked down below the window line, my heart hammering against my ribs. Slowly, agonizingly, I raised my head just enough to peek over the sill. In the faint, ambient starlight filtering through the trees, I saw something. A shape, tall and impossibly thin, distorted by the glass in the darkness, moved past the window. It wasn't solid. More like a column of deeper black against the night, fluid and jerky in its motion. It had no discernible features, no head or limbs that I could make out in the split second it was visible. It was just a presence, a silhouette of wrongness, and it was tall. Taller than a man. It moved past the front of the RV, and then I heard the scraping sound again, briefly, from the passenger side, before it faded into the general murmur of the night. I remained crouched on the floor for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably. The thin walls of the RV felt utterly inadequate. This wasn't just tapping anymore. It had touched the vehicle. It had circled it. I had seen it, however, briefly. The old man's words echoed in my head, things that watch. Sleep was a forgotten concept. I stayed awake until the first gray light of dawn bled through the trees, every nerve raw, expecting the sounds to return at any moment. They didn't. As soon as it was light enough to see clearly, I practically fell out of the RV door, needing to confirm what had happened, needing physical evidence. I scanned the gravel around the Wanderer. Nothing, no clear tracks like the night before. The ground here was harder, more disturbed by other vehicles. My eyes traced the sides of the RV, and then I saw it. On the driver's side window, right where the shape had passed, there were faint, greasy smears, forming strange, almost geometric patterns that caught the morning light. They weren't handprints. They weren't anything recognizable. And near the back, on the passenger side where I'd heard the scraping, there were long, shallow scratches in the paintwork, gouges that definitely hadn't been there yesterday. But the worst discovery was at the front. Kneeling down, pretending to check the tires, I looked underneath. One of the wires leading to the driver's side headlight assembly, a wire I distinctly remembered being clipped securely in place, was hanging loose, its end cleanly snipped. It wasn't chewed through by an animal. It was cut. Deliberately. It hadn't just watched. It hadn't just touched, it had interacted. It had tampered with my vehicle, a subtle act of sabotage, small enough that I might not have noticed if I wasn't already terrified and hyper-vigilant. Big enough to be a message. We can get to you. We can interfere. The isolation felt absolute now, even with other vehicles nearby. Whatever this thing was, it was focused on me. And it wasn't just some phantom noise anymore. It was real, it was intelligent, and it was escalating. Sticking to the highway hadn't helped. Being near others hadn't helped. I was alone with it. Finding that snipped wire wasn't just confirmation. It was a declaration. The lingering hope that I was exaggerating, that maybe it was all some bizarre series of coincidences fueled by isolation and paranoia, dissolved completely. This was deliberate. Malicious. Whatever that thing was, shuffling and scraping and peering through my window in the dead of night, it wasn't just some passive anomaly of the wilderness. It was interacting. It was escalating, and it had focused on me. The scratches and smears were creepy, yes, but cutting a wire, that felt targeted. Calculated. It wanted me vulnerable. I didn't need any more convincing. Survival instinct, raw and potent, kicked in, overriding the exhaustion and the lingering disbelief. I scrambled back into the Wanderer, not even bothering to check if the other campers were stirring. They existed in a different reality, one I was no longer part of. I fired up the engine, the sound both reassuringly powerful and terrifyingly loud, potentially announcing my departure to whatever lurked nearby. I didn't care. I slammed the RV into gear and pulled out of the recreational site onto the highway, heading south back towards Fairbanks, Anchorage, anywhere with concrete, crowds, and streetlights. Back towards the noise I had once tried so desperately to escape. The drive was a white-knuckle ordeal. Every mile felt like a struggle against the oppressive weight of the wilderness, pressing in from all sides. My eyes flicked constantly between the road ahead, the rearview mirror, and the dense walls of trees lining the highway. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, but it offered no comfort. The clear Alaskan air felt charged with menace. Was that flicker of movement between the spruce trees just a deer, or something else? Was that dark shape in the distance a burnt stump, or something standing utterly still, watching me approach? My mind, starved of sleep and saturated with fear, turned every shadow, every natural occurrence into a potential threat. I pushed the Wanderer hard, faster than was probably wise on these long, sometimes uneven stretches of highway, the engine whined in protest, the RV swaying on the curves. I had to get distance. I had to reach civilization before nightfall. The thought of spending another night out here, knowing what I knew now, knowing it could tamper with the vehicle, was unbearable. Hours passed in a blur of adrenaline and hyper-vigilance. The highway stretched on, relentlessly empty save for the occasional logging truck rumbling past in the opposite direction, their drivers oblivious to the terror consuming the man in the battered RV. My plan was simple: drive until I hit Fairbanks, the first major city on my route south. Don't stop for anything. Then it happened. It was mid-afternoon, the sun still high but casting longer shadows. I was on a straight, empty stretch of road, forest thick on both sides. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, standing perhaps 30 yards back from the road, partially obscured by the dense trunks of pine and birch, was the figure. Tall, impossibly thin, a silhouette of deeper darkness. Even in the daylight, it wasn't moving, just standing there absolutely still, turned towards the road, towards me. There were no discernible features, just that disturbing, elongated shape that seemed to drink the light around it. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was the thing from the night before. Seeing it in the full light of day, undeniably real, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I stomped on the accelerator, the engine screaming. My eyes were glued to the rearview mirror as I sped away. It didn't move. It just stood there watching me flee until the trees and the curve of the road hid it from view. It hadn't needed darkness to appear. It could be anywhere, anytime. The highway no longer felt like an escape route. It felt like a corridor through its territory. Maybe 10 minutes later, the RV sputtered. A cough, a hesitation in the engine's rhythm. My heart leaped into my throat. Coincidence? Or related to the tampering? The engine caught again, running smoothly for another minute, then sputtered again, more violently this time. The dashboard lights flickered. The check engine light blinked on, then off, then stayed on. No, 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 I whispered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The RV lost speed. The engine note rough and uneven. I pressed the accelerator, but the response was sluggish, weak. Panic surged. Was this its doing? Had it done more than just cut a headlight wire? Or was the Wanderer pushed too hard for too long, finally giving up? It didn't matter. The result was the same. I was slowing down, losing power, in the middle of nowhere. Having just seen the thing that was hunting me, I glanced frantically at the woods whipping past. Did I see movement paralleling me? A flicker of unnatural speed between the trees? Or was it just panic? The engine died. With a final shuddering cough, all power ceased. The only sound was the wind whistling past the windows and the tires humming on the asphalt as the RV coasted, rapidly losing momentum. I wrestled with the steering wheel power steering gone and managed to guide the heavy vehicle onto the narrow gravel shoulder, stopping with a lurch just feet from the dense tree line. Silence. Absolute terrifying silence, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I was stranded. I tried the ignition. Nothing. Not even a click. Dead. I looked out the windows. The trees stood thick and dark, the spaces between them filled with shadows. It felt like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. I felt incredibly exposed, trapped in a metal box that was no longer a refuge or a means of escape. It was a coffin on wheels. Then a sound. From the woods just beyond the tree line. A soft snap of a twig, followed by a slow, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the undergrowth. Getting closer. This was it. Staying in the RV was pointless. It offered no real protection, and now it was a trap. My only chance was to run. But where? Back down the highway, into the woods. Another sound closer now. A low thump, like the rhythmic tapping from the first night, but duller, heavier, as if something large and soft was bumping against the trees as it moved. Decision made. Staying here meant waiting for it. I threw open the driver's side door and scrambled out. The air was cold, smelling of pine and damp earth. I glanced back down the highway, empty, then towards the woods where the sounds were coming from. I couldn't see anything through the dense foliage, but I could feel it. A wave of cold dread, a primal certainty of its proximity. I ran, not back along the highway where I'd be exposed, but angling away from the RV, into the trees on the other side of the road, hoping to put distance and cover between myself and whatever was emerging from the woods behind me. Stumbling over roots, branches whipping at my face, lungs burning, I plunged deeper into the forest. Behind me, I heard a sound that stopped me cold for a split second, a high-pitched, whistling scrape, like metal on metal, coming from the direction of the RV. Was it interacting with the vehicle again? Tearing at it, I didn't wait to find out. I pushed myself harder, running blindly, fueled by sheer terror. The woods were a disorienting maze. I lost all sense of direction, aware only of the pounding in my chest and the desperate need to get away. Did I hear something moving behind me, paralleling my path through the trees? A faster rustling, a heavier footfall that wasn't my own. I couldn't be sure. I didn't dare look back. How long I ran, I don't know. It felt like an eternity. My legs were rubber, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Just as I felt I couldn't take another step, about to collapse onto the mossy ground, I burst through a final line of trees and stumbled onto gravel. Another road, smaller than the highway, unpaved, and parked 50 yards away, exhaust puffing faintly in the cold air, was a beat-up pickup truck. A man in hunter's orange was just getting out, rifle slung over his shoulder. He looked up, startled, as I staggered out of the woods, covered in scratches, gasping for air. "Whoa there! You all right?" he called out, his voice booming with surprised concern. I couldn't speak. I just pointed back towards the woods, towards the highway I'd left behind, babbling incoherently. Tears of relief and terror streamed down my face. He must have seen the genuine panic in my eyes. He helped me into the passenger seat of his truck, offered me water from a thermos. He asked what happened, and I tried to explain the RV breaking down, the sounds, the figure, the feeling of being chased. I probably sounded insane. He listened patiently, his expression becoming guarded. When I finished, he just nodded slowly. "Sounds like you had a rough go," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "This country, it can play tricks on you. Best get you back towards town." He didn't question me further. He didn't offer explanations or dismiss my story. He just drove me towards the nearest town, a place called Talk, radioing ahead about an abandoned RV on the main highway. The police listened to my story, took my statement. They found the Wanderer where I'd left it, engine dead, the driver's door open. They noted the scratches, the smears on the window, the cut headlight wire. But they chalked it up to likely vandalism after I'd abandoned it, or maybe an animal encounter I'd misinterpreted in my panic. Engine failure, exhaustion, isolation, they had plenty of rational explanations. They couldn't find any evidence of the figure I described, no unusual tracks near the RV or in the woods where I claimed the chase happened. I abandoned the Wanderer, left it there in Alaska, a monument to my failed escape. I flew home, back to the noise, back to the city I'd tried to flee. I'm safe now, physically. But the silence is different. I can't stand true quiet anymore. It feels too much like that vast, watchful quiet of the Alaskan wilderness. It feels heavy, expectant. Sometimes, late at night, when the city finally hushes for a few hours, I think I hear it, a faint, rhythmic tapping just outside the window, a soft scrape. I went to Alaska seeking silence, wanting to escape the noise. I found silence, all right, but it wasn't empty. It wasn't peaceful. Something waited in the vast, cold quiet. Something ancient, perhaps something that doesn't like being disturbed, something that watches from the trees. I don't know what it was, and I don't ever want to know. All I know is that I disturbed it, and I have a chilling feeling that it remembers me. My name is Sarah Chen, or, well, it was. Things have gotten complicated since last summer. Right now, I'm typing this from a cramped motel room, hundreds of miles from anywhere I'd call home, jumping at every creak of the floorboards outside my door. Mark is asleep, finally, but it's the restless kind of sleep, the kind punctuated by whimpers and sudden jerks. We haven't had a peaceful night since Solitude Creek. It started, as these things often do, with a desire to escape. Mark and I were burning out. We both had demanding tech jobs in Seattle, long hours, endless meetings. The constant pressure to innovate, to disrupt, to synergize. We needed a reset. A real one. Not a weekend trip to Portland, but a proper disconnect. Alaska. The last frontier. That had always been the dream. Specifically, Denali. We pictured vast, untouched wilderness, crisp mountain air, maybe spotting a grizzly from a safe distance. We weren't exactly roughing it types, though. We compromised by renting a comfortable, mid-sized RV. Enough amenities to feel civilized, but mobile enough to explore. We spent weeks planning routes, booking campsites in the popular areas near the park entrance, stocking up on dehydrated meals and bear spray, which, ironically, felt like a novelty purchase at the time. The map was an afterthought, almost. We found it tucked away in a dusty, antique shop downtown during a lunch break. It wasn't an official park map, more like a hand-drawn topographical representation of the region, yellowed with age, the ink faded in places. It was beautiful, intricate, clearly drawn by someone who knew the land intimately. We bought it mostly as a decorative piece, something to hang on the wall back home as a memento. It was Mark who noticed it, a few days before we were due to leave. He was tracing the routes we'd planned, comparing them to the old map. "Hey, Sarah, look at this," he said, pointing to a spot deep in the northwestern quadrant, well outside the main park boundaries we were familiar with. There, marked with a tiny, hand-drawn symbol of a pine tree next to a wavy line representing a creek, were the words Solitude Creek RV. The ink was fainter here, almost missed. Solitude Creek RV. I squinted. Never heard of it. It's not on any of the official park sites or our modern maps.
Exactly?
Mark's eyes lit up with that adventurous spark I loved, the one that usually preceded him suggesting we hike an unmarked trail or try a dubious-looking street food vendor. It must be an old, forgotten spot, maybe private land back in the day. Look how secluded it is, way off the main access roads. He was right. Following the faint dotted line that seemed to represent a track leading to it, it branched off a minor service road, snaking miles into dense forest, ending right by the creek symbol. Perfectly secluded. Mark breathed, echoing the phrase that would later become a sickening irony. Imagine having a spot like that all to ourselves, away from the booked, up main campgrounds. I was hesitant. Mark, it's probably not there anymore. Or it's private property. Or inaccessible. There's a reason it's not on modern maps. Or, he countered, it's a hidden gem the Park Service doesn't advertise, or an old-timer spot that fell off the grid. What's the harm in checking it out? If it's a bust, we just turn back and head to our original reservation. If it's real, he grinned. Adventure. Against my better judgment, fueled by the promise of true isolation away from the potential crowds, I agreed. We adjusted our initial itinerary. We'd spend the first couple of nights exploring the main park areas. Then, on day 3, we'd attempt to find Solitude Creek. The first 2 days were idyllic, exactly what we'd hoped for. Stunning vistas, a moose sighting from a very safe distance, thankfully. Crisp air, the feeling of shedding city stress like an old skin. We felt adventurous, capable, ready for anything. On the 3rd morning, we packed up early and headed towards the service road indicated on the old map. Finding the turnoff wasn't easy. It was unmarked, little more than a slightly less overgrown path diverging from the gravel road we were on. The RV jostled violently as we left the maintained surface behind. Branches scraped against the sides, leaving long, white scratches in the paintwork. You sure about this? I asked, gripping the dashboard. Cell service had vanished miles ago. We hadn't seen another car for over an hour. Come on. Sarah, this is it? Mark was exhilarated, navigating the bumps and ruts with focused intensity. This is the adventure part. The track wound deeper and deeper into the boreal forest. The trees pressed close, ancient spruce and birch, creating a dense canopy that sunlight struggled to penetrate, even in the Alaskan summer's long daylight hours. The air grew still, heavy, unnaturally quiet. Usually, even in deep woods, you hear birds, insects, the rustle of small animals. Here, there was just the crunch of our tires on the uneven ground and the low rumble of the engine. After what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 90 minutes, the track opened slightly. We saw a break in the trees ahead, and then a sign. It was old, wooden, weathered, almost smooth. Most of the lettering was gone, but you could just make out faded, peeling paint that might have once spelled Soul.
CRK.
Below it, barely visible, was another word, PRK. Mark let out a whoop.
See, I told you.
It's real. He pulled the RV through the opening into a clearing. It was an RV park, sort of. There were maybe a dozen designated spots, marked by rotting wooden posts nearly reclaimed by moss and weeds. A small, dilapidated outbuilding, maybe an old office or restroom, stood near the entrance, its windows boarded up, paint peeling like sunburnt skin. Everything was overgrown, neglected, but the layout was undeniable. This had once been a functional place for travelers, and it was utterly empty and utterly silent. Okay, it's a little rundown, Mark admitted, stepping out of the RV, but look at this spot. He gestured towards a site right by the creek, a clear, fast, flowing stream that gurgled merrily, the only sound in the oppressive quiet. It's perfect. I stepped out, pulling my jacket tighter. Despite the lack of wind, there was a chill in the air that hadn't been there on the main road. The silence pressed in, making my ears feel strange. It's creepy, Mark. It's secluded, he corrected, already starting to unhook the leveling jacks. This is what we wanted, remember? No noisy neighbors, no generators humming all night. Just us and nature. Reluctantly, I started helping him set up, leveling the RV, extending the small awning, getting the camp chairs out. Part of me couldn't deny the beauty of the spot, the clear creek, the towering trees, the feeling of being utterly alone in the wilderness. But another part, a primal knot tightening in my stomach, screamed that this was wrong. This place felt wrong. It was while Mark was trying to get a signal on the satellite phone, predictably failing, that I took a walk around the edge of our campsite. Stretching my legs, I ran my hand along the rough bark of a large spruce tree bordering our spot. My fingers snagged on something. I looked closer. Carved deep into the wood, almost hidden by the deep grooves of the bark, was a symbol. It wasn't graffiti, not letters or numbers. It was geometric, precise. A circle bisected by a jagged vertical line, with three short, sharp lines radiating outwards from the bottom curve of the circle. It looked deliberate. Old, but not as old as the tree itself. The edges of the carving were weathered, but distinct. Weird. I muttered, tracing it. Maybe some old logging company mark, or a strange sort of trail blaze. I walked to the next large tree, maybe 20 feet away, and there it was again. The same symbol, carved just as deeply, facing towards our campsite. My unease spiked. This wasn't random. Mark. I called out, my voice sounding thin in the silence. Come look at this. He wandered over, still frowning at the useless satellite phone. What's up? I pointed to the carving. What do you make of this? He peered at it, shrugged. Weird. Old hobo sign. Some kind of Park Service marker from way back when. There's another one on that tree, I said, pointing. Exactly the same. He walked over, looked at it, then scanned the surrounding trees. He spotted another one, further back, partially obscured by ferns. Okay, that's odd, he conceded, though his tone was still more curious than concerned. Maybe it marked the boundaries of the campsites or something, like primitive lot numbers. They don't feel like markers, Mark. I insisted. They feel, I don't know, intentional, like warnings? Maybe. He chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Warnings? About what? Particularly aggressive squirrels. Come on, Sarah. It's an old, forgotten campsite. It's bound to have some quirks. Let's just relax, enjoy the peace. He headed back towards the RV, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I stayed there, staring at the symbol. It wasn't just a shape, it felt like it was watching me. The jagged line cutting through the circle seemed sharp, aggressive. The radiating lines felt like claws, or roots digging into something unseen. My gaze drifted from the symbol on the tree towards the dense, silent woods surrounding the clearing. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. This wasn't just seclusion. This was isolation, and the silence wasn't peaceful. It was expectant. As the long Alaskan twilight began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple that seemed somehow muted here, I stood by the creek, trying to wash away the unease. The water was icy cold, making my fingers ache. Mark was inside the RV, humming as he prepped dinner. I looked back towards our temporary home, our little bubble of light and perceived safety. And then I saw it, on the big river birch directly across the narrow creek from our spot, facing us head-on. Another carving, the same symbol, but this one looked fresher. The edges were sharper, the color of the exposed wood lighter than the others, as if it hadn't been there that long at all, as if someone had carved it recently. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just an old campsite marker. It wasn't random. These symbols were deliberate, and someone knew we were here. The map hadn't led us to a forgotten haven. It had led us somewhere we weren't supposed to be. This place wasn't secluded for us. It was secluded for them. Whoever they were. And those symbols weren't trail markers. They were something else entirely. Something sinister. The perfect seclusion suddenly felt like the perfect trap. My breath hitched. Staring across the gurgling creek at that freshly carved symbol, stark white against the dark bark of the birch, felt like having ice water injected directly into my veins. It wasn't old. It wasn't forgotten. It was now. Mark! My voice was a choked whisper, barely audible over the sound of the running water. Mark, come here. Now. He must have heard the raw panic in my tone, because he was out of the RV in seconds, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Concern etched on his face. What is it? What's wrong? I didn't say anything, just pointed a shaking finger across the creek. He followed my gaze, squinting in the fading light. I watched his face change, The casual concern morphed into confusion, then dawning realization, and finally a chilling echo of the fear gripping me. Is that another one?" he asked, his voice low. "Look closer." I urged, my throat tight. "It's new, Mark. It's fresh. Someone carved that recently. Since we got here, maybe." He stared intently, his body tense. He slowly walked to the edge of the creek, peering across as if proximity would somehow change what he was seeing. "How can you be sure?"
The color. The edges. Look at it compared to the others.
My voice rose, bordering on hysterical. "Someone is here, Mark. Or they were just here. They know we're here. Those symbols aren't history. They're messages." He didn't argue this time. He just stood there, silhouetted against the darkening sky, staring at the symbol like it was a snake poised to strike. The adventurous spark was gone, replaced by a grim understanding. "Okay," he said finally, turning back to me, his face pale. "Okay, Sarah, let's just get inside. Lock the doors. We'll figure it out. Figure it out." That sounded terrifyingly optimistic now. Night fell quickly, or maybe it just felt that way because the thin light of the Alaskan twilight seemed to be swallowed whole by the oppressive density of the surrounding forest. Inside the RV, we locked everything: the main door, the flimsy locks on the windows, even the overhead vents. We drew all the blinds, plunging ourselves into artificial light that felt simultaneously too bright and utterly inadequate against the profound darkness outside. Neither of us could eat the dinner Mark had prepared. It sat cold on the small table between us. We just sat there listening to the silence. That was the worst part. The silence wasn't empty, it was full of unspoken threat, full of the weight of unseen eyes. Every tiny creak of the RV settling on its jacks sounded like a footstep. The gurgle of the creek outside, once charming, now sounded like mocking laughter. Maybe it's just some local kids. Mark offered weakly, breaking a long stretch of tense quiet. "Playing a prank, trying to scare off tourists." "What locals, Mark?" I shot back, maybe too sharply. "We haven't seen another soul for hours. We're miles down an unmarked track, and kids don't carve symbols like that, not with that precision." That feeling. I couldn't articulate it better. The symbols felt ancient and ritualistic, even the fresh one. Not like teenage vandalism. He didn't have an answer. We checked the useless satellite phone again. Still no signal. Our regular cell phones had been dead zones since long before the turn-off. We were cut off. Completely. Sleep was out of the question. We spent the night huddled together on the small dinette bench, jumping at every imagined noise. Around what must have been 2 a.m., though the sky outside remained stubbornly dusky, we heard it, a distinct snap like a heavy twig breaking underfoot just outside the RV wall behind my head. We both froze, eyes wide, barely breathing. We strained to hear more. Silence. Utter, complete silence, except for the thumping of my own heart against my ribs. Had we imagined it? Was it just an animal? But no birds sang here, no squirrels chattered. We hadn't seen any evidence of wildlife bigger than insects since arriving. After maybe 10 agonizing minutes, Mark slowly, carefully, reached up and nudged the edge of the window blind aside. Peering out into the gloom, he scanned the area near the RV, then quickly dropped the blind back into place. "See anything?" I whispered.
No, he whispered back.
Shaking his head. "Nothing. Just trees." But his hand was trembling slightly as he pulled it away from the window. The rest of the night passed in a state of vigilant exhaustion. We didn't hear the snapping sound again, but the feeling of being watched never left. It pressed against the thin walls of the RV, a palpable presence in the unnatural stillness. When the light outside finally began to strengthen, signaling morning, it brought exhaustion but no relief. The fear from the night lingered, cold and heavy in the pit of my stomach. "We need to leave," I said, my voice hoarse.
Right now.
Mark nodded grimly, already moving towards the driver's seat. "No argument here. Let's pack up the essentials. Leave the rest if we have to." Jack's up, awning in, and we're gone. But as he reached for the ignition key, I hesitated. "Wait," the creak, that symbol. He looked at me, confused. "What about it? Don't you want to see?" "Up close. Maybe there's something else there." It was a morbid curiosity born from terror. If we were going to run, I wanted to know just a little more what we were running from. Mark looked torn, but the same grim curiosity seemed to touch him too. Okay, he said slowly. Quickly. 5 minutes. Then we go. We unlocked the door. Stepping out into the chilly morning air, the silence felt even more profound than yesterday. The creek burbled, oblivious. We crossed the clearing, our eyes scanning the tree line constantly. Reaching the bank opposite the fresh symbol, we found a place where the rocks were close enough to step across without getting our feet soaked. Standing directly before the birch tree, the symbol seemed even more menacing. Up close, the cuts were deep, deliberate. Whoever made this knew what they were doing. It wasn't hacked, it was carved with intent. Then I saw them. Arranged carefully at the base of the tree, almost hidden by ferns, were 3 small, smooth river stones. They were stacked in a tiny pyramid. Beside them, 2 short, brittle twigs had been laid across each other in an X. It wasn't elaborate, but it was undeniably deliberate. A marker, an offering, something else.
What the hell is that?
Mark breathed, crouching down but not touching it. I don't know, I whispered back. But it wasn't here yesterday. I would have seen it. A wave of nausea washed over me. This confirmed it. Someone had been right here, across the creek from our RV, probably while we slept, carving that symbol, leaving this arrangement. Okay, that's it, Mark said, standing up abruptly, his face set. We're leaving. Now. We scrambled back across the creek, adrenaline overriding exhaustion. We worked in frantic silence, retracting the awning, raising the jacks, securing loose items inside. Every second felt stretched, pregnant with the possibility of interruption. The woods watched us, silent and vast. Finally, everything was stowed. We climbed into the cab, hearts pounding. Mark slammed the gear shift into drive, tires spitting gravel as he swung the RV around, pointing us back towards the narrow track that was our only way out. See, he said, a shaky attempt at confidence in his voice as we bumped onto the track. Easy peasy. We'll be back on the gravel road in an hour. We drove perhaps 50 yards down the track, the RV lurching over the uneven ground. The trees pressed in close again, their branches scraping the sides like skeletal fingers. Then, rounding a slight bend, Mark slammed on the brakes. Blocking the track completely was a massive spruce tree. It lay entirely across the path, its thick trunk easily 4 feet in diameter, its freshly splintered base pointing towards the woods, its upper branches tangled in the trees on the other side. Dirt and moss were gouged up where it had fallen. It hadn't been there yesterday. No. Mark whispered, staring at the insurmountable obstacle. No, no, no. He killed the engine. The silence crashed back in, heavier than ever. We both knew instinctively that this was no accident. A tree that size doesn't just fall neatly across a path on a calm, windless morning. It was too convenient. Too deliberate. We were trapped. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. We were stuck in this silent, watching place, miles from anywhere, with someone or something that carved symbols in the night and blocked our escape. Mark tried the satellite phone again, desperately holding it up, walking a few steps outside the RV. Nothing. He threw it onto the passenger seat with a curse. We sat there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the fallen tree, the reality of our situation sinking in like stones dropped into a deep well. The initial plan, get out, get help, was impossible. As the day wore on, the sky remained overcast, gray, and oppressive. The brief surge of morning light faded into a perpetual gloom under the dense canopy. We talked about options, none of them good. Trying to hike out. Through miles of dense, unknown woods, with whoever blocked the path potentially still around. Stay put and hope someone stumbled upon us. How long would that take? Days. Weeks. Dusk began to creep back into the forest, the shadows lengthening, pooling around the base of the trees like dark water. The chill returned to the air. We retreated back inside the RV, locking the doors again, the illusion of safety feeling thinner than paper. And then, as the last light drained from the sky, we heard it. It started softly, almost subliminally. A low sound, rhythmic, drifting through the trees from deeper in the woods towards the creek. A pulsing beat. thump, thump, thump. It wasn't drumming, not exactly. It was deeper, more resonant, like something large hitting the earth, or perhaps wood. It was steady, hypnotic, and utterly terrifying. Thump, thump, thump. We sat frozen, listening to the sound grow fractionally louder. Closer. Goosebumps erupted all over my skin. The air in the RV felt thick, hard to breathe. Then, abruptly, the thumping stopped. Silence descended again, somehow even more menacing than the sound itself. We waited, holding our breath, and then came a new sound.
Closer. Right outside.
Scry ape. Metal on metal. Slow, deliberate.
Click.
My blood turned to ice. Mark's eyes locked with mine, wide with stark terror. Someone was trying the RV door handle. The sound was small, insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe. But inside that RV, in that moment, it was deafening. It was the sound of intention. The sound of something intelligent, deliberate, testing our flimsy defenses. We didn't breathe, didn't move. Mark's knuckles were white, where he gripped a heavy maglite flashlight like a club. My own hands were clamped over my mouth, stifling a scream that clawed its way up my throat. My eyes were locked on the door handle, expecting it to turn, to see the door swing open and reveal what? I didn't know, and that was the purest terror. Silence stretched, thick and suffocating, then again. Scry ape, click. The handle visibly jiggled this time. Whoever, or whatever, was out there was patiently, methodically trying to get in. Mark made a low growl in his throat, raising the flashlight slightly. "Get back!" he yelled, his voice cracking under the strain. Get away from the door. No response. No sound of retreat. Just the unnerving silence returning, pressing in again. Had it worked? Had we scared it off? Or was it just waiting? Minutes crawled by like wounded animals. The rhythmic thumping didn't return, but the feeling of being besieged intensified. Shadows seemed to deepen outside the drawn blinds, occasionally flickering at the edges of my vision, as if something was moving just out of sight. The RV, our supposed sanctuary, felt like a flimsy metal box, a trap waiting to be sprung. "We can't stay here," I whispered, the words feeling like sandpaper in my dry throat. "Mark, we can't wait for morning. We can't wait for it to get in." He looked at me, his face a mask of fear and grim determination. "Where do we go, Sarah?" "The track is blocked. We're surrounded by whatever this is." The map. I suddenly gasped, an idea sparking through the panic. The old map. Maybe there's something else on it. Another way out. A detail we missed. It was a long shot, fueled by desperation, but it was something. While Mark kept watch, his eyes darting between the door and the windows, I scrambled to retrieve the antique map from where we'd tossed it on the dashboard. I spread it out on the small table under the harsh glare of the RV's interior light, my hands shaking so badly I could barely focus on the faded lines. I scanned the area around Solitude Creek, tracing the dotted line of the track back towards the main road, past the point where the tree now lay. Nothing. No other paths marked, just dense, intricate drawings representing impenetrable forest. My heart sank. Then my eyes caught something near the Solitude Creek RV label itself. It wasn't part of the main map drawing. It looked like a later annotation, scribbled in fainter ink, possibly by a different hand. It was small, cramped, and written in a spidery cursive that was hard to decipher in my panicked state. "What is it?" Mark asked, glancing over, never taking his eyes off the door for more than a second. I squinted, tracing the letters with my finger. "It looks like locus offerendum, Latin." My high school Latin was rusty, years buried under code and spreadsheets. Locus means place offerendum offering, place of offering. Below it, almost illegible, was another word. Urim, Orim. I breathed, the translation hitting me like a physical blow. Off them, their place of offering. Secluded for them, not for us. It wasn't just a campsite. It never was. It was their place, whoever they were. The entities the symbols represented. The ones who demanded offerings. The ones this patch of woods was kept secluded for. We hadn't stumbled into an abandoned park. We trespassed onto consecrated ground, interrupting something. And the symbols weren't warnings to travelers. They were markers for whatever resided here. Boundary lines. Claims. And the fresh one, near the offering stones, had we been marked as the next offering. That horrifying thought galvanized us. Staying here was suicide. Waiting for them to breach the door or the thin walls was not an option. Our only chance, however slim, was to run. On foot, try to bypass the fallen tree through the woods and make it back to the gravel road, miles away. "We'll go now," Mark said, his voice low and urgent. He grabbed a small backpack. Stuffing in a water bottle the remaining first aid kit and the useless satellite phone out of sheer habit. I grabbed the map and a smaller flashlight. We left everything else. How do we get out without them seeing? I asked, my voice trembling. Back window. Mark decided quickly. It's smaller, faces deeper into the woods, away from the main clearing in the creek. Maybe they're focused on the door. We crept to the small emergency exit window at the back of the RV's sleeping area. Mark worked the latches as quietly as possible, his breath misting in the cold air. The window popped open with a soft click that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. Cold, damp air smelling of pine needles and wet earth flooded in. There were no immediate sounds outside this side. Taking deep breaths, Mark squeezed through the narrow opening first, dropping silently to the ground below. He looked around frantically, then signaled for me. My heart hammered against my ribs as I pushed the backpack out, then wriggled through the opening, scraping my arm on the frame. I landed awkwardly, Mark catching me before I fell. We crouched there for a moment, hidden in the deep shadow beside the RV, listening. Silence. But it was the same charged, watchful silence as before. Which way? I whispered, clutching the map. Mark pointed vaguely in the direction we'd come from, but angled slightly away from the track itself. Through the trees. Stay off the path. Try to circle around where the blockage is. Head southeast. Pray we hit the service road eventually. And then we ran. Plunging into the pitch, black woods was like diving into cold, dark water. We stumbled over unseen roots. Branches whipped at our faces, the thick carpet of pine needles muffling our footsteps, but also making the ground treacherous and uneven. We used our flashlights sparingly, flicking them on for brief moments to check direction or avoid obstacles, terrified the light would draw attention. The forest felt alive, but not in a natural way. The silence was broken only by our own ragged breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, sounds that seemed impossibly loud. Trees loomed like skeletal giants in the periphery. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every gust of wind through the high branches sounded like whispers. Did I see movement between the trees? Tall, unnaturally thin shapes flitting just beyond the reach of our flashlight beams. Did I hear soft, sibilant whispers carried on the air, speaking words I couldn't understand but felt in my bones? Or was it just terror playing tricks on my mind? Mark gripped my hand tightly, pulling me along, his face grim, never looking back. We saw more symbols, carved not just on the boundary trees of the clearing, but deeper in the woods too. On ancient, gnarled trunks, on smooth stones by unseen streams. Always the same jagged circle, always seeming to watch us pass. This entire forest was theirs. We scrambled through dense undergrowth, slid down slippery banks, hauled ourselves over fallen logs. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. Our lungs burned, our legs ached. Fear kept us moving. At one point, we heard a sound that froze us in place, a high-pitched, ululating cry that echoed through the trees, seemingly coming from the direction of the creek we'd left behind. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human. It was a sound of profound age and hunger. We didn't wait to hear it again. We ran faster, blindly, tripping and falling, helping each other up, driven by pure, primal terror. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, that my lungs would burst, Mark grabbed my arm, pointing ahead. Through a gap in the trees, barely visible, was a paler darkness, a flatter surface. The gravel road. We burst out of the tree line, stumbling onto the rough, familiar surface of the service road, like drowning sailors reaching shore. We didn't stop. We ran down the middle of the road, casting frantic looks back at the impenetrable wall of black forest we'd just escaped. It looked different now, darker, denser, as if the woods themselves had closed ranks behind us guarding their secret. We half walked, half ran for what felt like another eternity, maybe miles. Exhausted, scraped, bruised, but alive. Eventually, incredibly, miraculously, we saw headlights approaching in the distance. A beat-up pickup truck driven by a bewildered-looking prospector who probably thought we were ghosts. He drove us back towards civilization, his questions met with our incoherent, traumatized silence. We didn't tell him about Solitude Creek. We didn't mention the symbols, the fallen tree, the sound at the door, the cry in the woods. Who would believe us? We just said we got lost hiking. Our RV broke down somewhere inaccessible. He nodded, perhaps sensing our terror was genuine, even if our story wasn't quite. We never went back for the RV. Let the forest have it. Let them have it. We reported it stolen from a legitimate campground later. Filing the insurance claim felt like another layer of dissociation from reality. That was months ago. We fled Alaska, fled the West Coast. Now we drift. Motel rooms like this one, cheap diners, never staying anywhere too long. Sleep offers little escape. Mark still whimpers, still jerks awake, drenched in sweat. I pore over maps, modern maps, avoiding anything that looks too remote, too quiet. I jump at shadows. I can't stand silence. Sometimes, when the wind blows a certain way through the trees outside, I think I hear that low, rhythmic thumping, or those sibilant whispers. I don't know what was in those woods near Denali. Old gods. Spirits. Something else. All I know is that the place on that old map, Solitude Creek, wasn't abandoned. It was occupied. It wasn't secluded for us, it was secluded for them. A place where they could receive their offerings in peace. So if you ever find an old map showing a place that seems too perfect, too hidden, too secluded, maybe leave it alone. Some places are forgotten for a reason. Some doors are meant to stay closed. And some symbols aren't marking a trail, they're marking territory. Their territory. Trust me, you don't want to trespass. You might not be as lucky as we were. You might become the next offering. My name is Mike Thompson here. Or, well, what's left of him, sitting here tapping this out on a laptop screen that feels colder than it should. If this ever gets posted, if the signal ever comes back, consider it a warning. A cautionary tale from the edge of nowhere, Alaska. Don't trust the silence up here. Don't trust the beauty, it hides teeth. It all started like most disasters with a dream, mine and Sarah's. For years we'd scrimped and saved, poring over brochures, haunting RV dealerships on weekends. We weren't extravagant people, just a middle-aged couple from Ohio who wanted to see something bigger than cornfields before we got too old to enjoy it. Alaska. That was the word, the mantra, the last frontier, and the chariot for our adventure. A brand new, gleaming white, 30-foot Class C motorhome. We christened her the Wanderer. She had everything: solar panels, a decent-sized water tank, satellite TV we never planned on using, and an engine that purred like a kitten during the test drives. Fresh off the lot, less than 500 miles on the odometer, when we hitched up our little Jeep Toad and pointed north. The drive up was incredible. Everything we'd hoped for. Crossing into Canada, the scenery just kept getting grander. Mountains scraping the sky, rivers the color of jade. By the time we crossed back into Alaska, heading towards Fairbanks, we felt like seasoned explorers, cocky. Maybe. We'd planned this leg meticulously: fuel stops, potential overnight spots, contingencies. Fairbanks was the goal, our resupply point before pushing further into the wild. We were maybe 400 miles out. Hard to say exactly. The GPS had been spotty for the last day, and the mile markers seemed infrequent. We found this pull off. Not even marked on our map, just a gravel shoulder wide enough for the Wanderer, overlooking a valley choked with dense, dark spruce trees. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. It felt utterly remote, profoundly silent. The kind of silence that presses in on your ears. Perfect spot for lunch. Sarah had said, already pulling out sandwiches. Perfect. That word echoes now. It was the perfectly wrong spot. We ate, stretched our legs, took a few pictures of the imposing landscape. It was beautiful, undeniably. But there was an undercurrent to it, a vast indifference that bordered on watchful. Like the mountains didn't care if we lived or died. But the trees were paying attention. Chalked it up to city, dweller nerves, the sheer scale of the place. Time to roll. I climbed into the driver's seat, turned the key. Nothing. Not a click, not a cough, not a stutter. Just silence. The dashboard lights came on, flickered weakly, then died. Okay, I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel. That's weird. Brand new RV. Top of the line battery, supposedly. Maybe you left something on. Sarah asked, peering over my shoulder. Like what? We were outside for maybe 30 minutes. Still, I checked. Interior lights off, fridge running on propane, radio off. Nothing drawing power. Pop the hood. That's the drill. I'm reasonably handy, not a master mechanic, but I can change oil, swap a battery, diagnose the basics. Grew up tinkering on old farm equipment. The engine compartment looked pristine, factory clean. Battery terminals were tight, no corrosion. I grabbed my multimeter from the toolkit we'd meticulously organized. Tested the battery. Dead. Absolutely. Unequivocally flat. 0 volts. Can't be, I muttered. It's brand new, maybe a faulty cell. Can you jump it from the Jeep? Sarah suggested, already digging out the jumper cables. Worth a shot. Hooking up the Jeep, letting it run for a good 15 minutes to charge the Wanderer's battery. The Jeep's engine sounded unnervingly loud in the oppressive silence. Tried the key again. A weak click this time. Progress? Maybe? Let it charge longer. Another 20 minutes. Click. 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 Nothing more. Okay, plan B, I said, trying to project confidence for Sarah's sake, though my own was evaporating fast. Faulty battery. Annoying but fixable. We have the house batteries. They're isolated. I can rig something up to bypass the starter battery, just to get the engine fired. The Wanderer had 2 deep cycle house batteries under the steps, powering the lights, water pump, all the living parts of the RV. Fully charged from the solar panels and driving. It wasn't ideal, messing with the wiring on a new vehicle, but getting stranded out here was less ideal. I consulted the thick owner's manual, tracing diagrams, figuring out the connections. It took maybe an hour, working carefully, double, checking everything. The sun was starting to dip lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that felt mocking. All right, moment of truth, I announced, wiping grease from my hands onto an already dirty rag. Climbed back in, turned the key. The engine roared to life, just like that. Purred like it hadn't just been completely dead moments before. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy.
Yes!
Sarah cheered from the passenger seat. I knew you could fix it, Mike! Piece of cake. I grinned, letting the engine warm up. Just a bad battery from the factory. We'll get a new one in Fairbanks. Get this wiring sorted properly. I revved the engine gently. Smooth, stable, okay? Time to get out of here before dark. Put it in drive. Clunk, a horrible metallic grinding sound from underneath. The engine shuddered, choked, and died. Instantly. Silence slammed back in heavier than before. What the hell was that? Sarah whispered, her voice tight. I didn't answer. Just sat there, gripping the steering wheel. That wasn't a battery sound. That wasn't electrical. That sounded mechanical. Expensive. Bad. Got out, slid underneath on the cold gravel. Used my flashlight, scanning the transmission, the drive shaft. Nothing obviously broken, leaking, or dangling. Everything looked fine, except it clearly wasn't. Tried the key again. Nothing. Dead. Completely dead again. Not even dashboard lights this time. Checked the house batteries I just rigged. Still showing a full charge on the monitor panel inside. Checked the engine battery I'd bypassed, still dead, as expected. But now, the connection I jury-rigged, the one that had just worked perfectly. Nothing. No power flowing through it. This is where the unease started to curdle into something colder. It wasn't just a breakdown anymore. First, the brand new starter battery dies inexplicably. Okay, fluke. Then, just as I bypass it, just as the engine starts, something else catastrophically fails, killing the engine instantly, and somehow also killing the electrical connection I just created. It felt targeted, coordinated. Like flicking off one switch just enabled another to fail. I checked the connections again, wiggled wires. Everything was secure. The heavy gauge cable I'd used was fine. The terminals were clean. It just stopped working. as if an invisible hand had reached in and severed the flow of electrons the moment I put the gear selector into drive. Mike. Sarah's voice was small from the doorway of the RV. What is it? I don't know, I said, and the honesty of it scared me more than anything. I really don't know. It's like it doesn't want to run. As I said it, a breeze rustled the tops of the spruce trees surrounding us. The sun dipped below the ridge, plunging the valley into deep shadow. The temperature dropped noticeably, and from the dense woods somewhere deep in that unnerving darkness, I thought I heard a sound. Not an animal, not the wind, something else. A low, guttural chuckle. No, couldn't be. Just the wind, nerves, the isolation playing tricks. But as I lay there on the cold gravel, flashlight beam dancing over the inert metal belly of the Wanderer, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just broken down. We were pinned, held in place, and that whatever resided in that vast, silent wilderness was only just starting to play with us. Something unseen didn't want us to leave its territory, and it was making damn sure we couldn't. The first real chill, the one that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature, crawled up my spine. We were hundreds of miles from Fairbanks, hundreds of miles from anywhere, and our brand new chariot was dead, utterly unnaturally dead. That first night was the longest of my life. Neither of us really slept. We huddled in the main cabin of the Wanderer, the flimsy door locked, curtains drawn tight against the oppressive darkness outside. Every creak of the RV settling, every rustle of wind in the spruce trees, sounded magnified, sinister. Sarah jumped at every noise, her hand gripping my arm tightly. I tried to stay calm for her, murmuring reassurances I didn't believe myself. That sound I thought I'd heard, that low chuckle had echoed in my mind, mixing with the memory of the grinding clunk and the dead silence that followed. Sleep, when it finally came in brief, troubled snatches, was filled with dreams of tangled wires morphing into grasping branches and engines that screamed instead of roared. Morning broke gray and cold. A thin mist clung to the valley floor, muffling the world and making our isolation feel even more complete. The beauty of the landscape now felt threatening, claustrophobic. The dense walls of trees weren't majestic. They were bars on a cage. Okay, I said, forcing myself into action after choking down some instant coffee that tasted like despair. New day, fresh eyes. Let's figure this out. Sarah just nodded, her eyes large and shadowed. Be careful, Mike. First, the electrical system. I went back over the bypass I'd rigged. Found it immediately. A fuse tucked away near the house battery converter, when I hadn't even initially thought was part of the circuit I'd tapped into. It was blown. Blackened, scorched. Okay, maybe the surge when the transmission clunked had overloaded it. Plausible. Annoying but plausible. I had spare fuses. Popped a new one in. Climbed into the driver's seat, heart pounding. Turned the key. Dashboard lights flickered on. Stayed on. The fuel gauge and battery indicators lit up. Progress. All right, I called out to Sarah, trying to sound upbeat. Electrical is back online. But the engine didn't crank. Nothing. The starter didn't even try to engage. Silence. Back to the multimeter. Power was flowing from the house batteries again, through the new fuse, along the bypass cable. Power was reaching the ignition system. Power was reaching the starter solenoid. But the starter motor itself, dead. No reading. As if it had completely burned out internally instantaneously, the moment I turned the key, a brand new starter motor on a brand new RV. First the battery, now the starter. It wasn't just failing, it felt like components were being deliberately, sequentially destroyed. Okay, I muttered, pulling my toolkit back out. Okay, starter's fried. No way to fix that out here. We need a tow. My voice was flat. The forced optimism was gone. How? Sarah asked, standing in the RV doorway, wrapped in a blanket despite the layers she wore. There's no signal. Hasn't been for a day. Satellite phone. I said, remembering the expensive brick we'd bought just in case. Never thought we'd actually need the damn thing. I dug it out from the overhead compartment where we'd stowed the emergency gear. It powered on, showing full bars. A surge of hope, fragile but real. I knew the emergency number for the Alaska State Troopers. Punched it in. The phone connected. I could hear the ringing tone on the other end. Once. Twice. Alaska State Troopers, Fairbanks Dispatch, how can I help?
A voice, clear as day. Yes.
Hello, my name is Mike Thompson. My RV is broken down. Click. Dead air. The line cut out. I looked at the phone screen. Call failed. And the battery indicator, which had shown a full charge seconds before, was now flashing empty, a single red bar remaining before the screen went completely black.
No. No, no, no.
I mashed the power button, frantically swapping the battery pack for the spare we kept charged. Nothing. The phone was dead. Stone dead. Like the RV's battery. Like the starter motor. Sarah stared at me, her face pale. What happened? It just died. The battery drained instantly, right when they answered. I felt cold sweat prickle my forehead. This wasn't random. This wasn't coincidence. Connecting to the outside world was specifically, actively prevented. The silence stretched. The mist outside seemed to press closer. Try the CB, Sarah whispered. The Wanderer had one factory installed. Range is limited, but maybe there's a trucker, a ranger station. I flicked it on. Static hissed. I tried all the channels, calling out, asking for help, giving our approximate location based on the last reliable GPS coordinate from yesterday. Nothing but static. Then, on channel 19, the static changed. It coalesced into a rhythmic pulsing, and underneath it, almost too low to hear, a faint sound. Not a voice, more like breathing. Slow, ragged, amplified breathing, interspersed with clicks and whispers that sounded like leaves skittering over dry ground. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then cut back to normal static. I turned the CB off, my hand shaking. Sarah had heard it too. We looked at each other, the same unspoken fear reflected in our eyes. Okay, no engine, no communication, stranded. Hundreds of miles from anywhere, the reality crashed down. Panic started to bubble up, hot and acidic. I forced it down. Panic wouldn't help. We need to conserve resources, I said, trying to sound practical. Water, food, propane for heat tonight. We just wait. Someone will come eventually. A park ranger, another traveler. But even as I said it, I remembered how empty the road had been, how remote this pull-off felt. How long could we wait? The rest of the day passed in a haze of fear and forced inactivity. We checked the Jeep. It still started fine, thank God. But it was low on gas, and towing the massive, dead RV was impossible. Driving out alone meant leaving the other person behind, potentially splitting up. No, we stick together. I try to occupy myself, check the Jeep's fluids, organize the tools I'd left scattered outside. That's when I noticed it. My favorite wrench, a heavy, duty Craftsman 90/16 I'd had since college, was missing from the socket set case I'd laid out on the gravel. I knew I'd used it yesterday on the battery terminals, then put it back. I searched everywhere. Around the RV, under it, inside the engine bay. Gone. Vanished. Frustrated and unnerved, I gave up. Maybe I'd mislaid it in my distraction. Went back inside the RV. Sarah was trying to read, but her eyes kept darting towards the windows. Later, needing something from the outside storage compartment where we kept the leveling blocks, I went back out. And there it was, my missing 90/16 wrench, lying perfectly centered on the RV's doorstep, clean. No dirt, no grease, despite me having used it extensively the day before. Placed there. Deliberately, I picked it up slowly. It felt cold. Too cold. I looked around wildly, scanning the dense tree line, the silent valley. Nothing moved. Just the mist swirling, the endless spruce trees watching. That night was worse than the first. We didn't even try to sleep properly. Sat up, listening. The strange breathing sound didn't return on the CB, but the silence outside felt charged, waiting. Around midnight, Sarah gasped and pointed to the window over the small dinette. Mike, look. I peered through a gap in the curtains. On the clean white fiberglass side of the Wanderer, illuminated faintly by the moon filtering through the mist, was a mark. It wasn't dirt or a scrape from a branch. It looked like someone had drawn it with a muddy finger. A single, complex symbol, like a distorted spiral or a broken circle with jagged lines radiating outwards. It hadn't been there when I was looking for the wrench. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just disabling the RV anymore. It wasn't just blocking communication, it was marking us. Claiming us. Something was circling. Something intelligent, patient, and deeply malevolent. It wasn't just that it didn't want us to leave its territory. felt like it was settling in, making itself comfortable, preparing for its next move. We weren't dealing with mechanical failures. We were dealing with it, and it was closing the noose. Seeing that symbol drawn on the side of the Wanderer broke something in us. It was a violation, a claim. Until then, we could almost pretend we were victims of circumstance, a string of impossible bad luck. But that mark, that was intentional communication. A signature from the thing in the woods. The playful sabotage was over. This felt like ownership. That third night descended into sheer psychological warfare. The scratching started just after full dark. Not animal claws, but something sharper, more deliberate, skittering across the roof, then down the walls. It would stop just outside the window we were nearest, pause, then start again on the opposite side. We'd flinch with every scrape, huddled together on the dinette bench, a useless kitchen knife clutched in my hand. Then came the whispers. Indistinct, sibilant sounds that seemed to slither through the closed vents, carried on drafts that felt unnaturally cold. They weren't words, not in any language I knew, but the intent was clear. Mocking, threatening. Sarah buried her face in my shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. I strained to listen, trying to convince myself it was the wind, but the sound was too close, too intimate. It felt like something was pressing its unseen mouth right against the thin skin of the RV. Sleep was impossible. We sat rigid, listening to the symphony of terror orchestrated outside. Several times, the RV's motion sensor security light flickered on, flooding the small area around us with stark white light. Each time I'd scramble to the peephole or risk a glance through the curtains. Nothing, just the silent trees, the swirling mist, and the disturbing symbol gleaming wetly on the fiberglass, as if freshly drawn. Sometime before dawn, the scratching stopped. The whispers faded. But the silence that replaced them was worse. It felt heavy, expectant, like holding your breath before a blow. "We can't stay here," Sarah finally said, her voice hoarse, raw. "Mike, it's going to get inside, or it'll just keep us here until we all..." She didn't finish the sentence. "Didn't need to starve. Freeze. Go mad. I know," I said. The last vestiges of rational thought waiting for rescue, conserving resources felt naive now. We weren't waiting for rescue, we were waiting for the end. The Jeep, it's our only chance. But the gas, we have maybe a quarter tank, enough to get somewhere. Back towards the highway junction. Maybe 50, 60 miles. It wasn't much, but it was better than sitting here marked like cattle for slaughter. Would take only essentials. Water, the emergency kit, the sat phone, even if it's dead. Maybe it'll work somewhere else. We leave everything else, including the Wanderer. The thought of abandoning our dream RV, now defiled and cursed, sent a pang through me, but it was drowned out by the primal urge to survive. As the first weak light of dawn filtered through the mist, we moved quickly, numbly. Throwing bottles of water, protein bars, the first aid kit, a compass, and the useless sat phone into a backpack, every sound outside made us freeze listening. But the woods remained silent. Too silent. No birdsong, no squirrels chattering. Just the profound, unnerving stillness. Backpack ready by the door. Time to go. I took a deep breath, my hand on the Jeep's keys. Stay right behind me. Get in, lock the doors immediately. Sarah nodded, her face set in grim determination. I unlatched the RV door. The hinges groaned loudly in the quiet. Stepped out onto the cold gravel. The symbol on the RV seemed darker this morning. Mocking me, I forced myself not to look at it, heading straight for the Jeep parked a few feet away. Sarah followed, glancing nervously at the tree line. Reached the Jeep, key in the lock. Click, door open. Get in, I urged Sarah. She scrambled into the passenger seat, fumbling with the lock. I slid into the driver's side, slammed the door, locked it. Inserted the key into the ignition. Please start. Please start. Turned the key. The Jeep's engine turned over once, twice when caught. It roared to life, the familiar rumble a sudden, shocking intrusion into the dead silence. Hope surged, fierce and desperate.
Yes!
I shouted, jamming the gear stick into reverse. And then it happened, the moment the transmission engaged, an immense pressure slammed down on us. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force, pressing in on the Jeep from all sides, making my ears pop painfully. The air inside the car grew instantly, bitingly cold, frost blooming on the inside of the windshield despite the engine running. The engine itself sputtered, choked, the RPMs dropping erratically as if starved of air or fuel, even though it had just started perfectly. Outside, the world went mad. A deafening roar filled the air, not mechanical, but organic, furious. It felt like the entire valley was screaming. The wind howled, whipping the mist into frantic shapes, tearing at the spruce trees until they swayed violently. And the RV, the Wanderer, groaned. A deep, structural groaning sound, like stressed metal, but somehow alive. Its lights flickered on and off randomly, erratically, like panicked eyes. I floored the gas pedal, trying to back away from the possessed motorhome. The Jeep's tires spun on the gravel, whining, but we barely moved. It felt anchored. Like unseen hands were gripping the bumper, holding us fast. The pressure intensified, the cold deepened. Sarah was crying now, uttering small, terrified prayers.
It won't let us go!
I yelled over the cacophony. The Jeep's engine was dying, shuddering violently. In that moment, looking wildly around, I saw it, or thought I did. Not a creature, not a person. But in the swirling mist, between the thrashing trees at the edge of the woods, the darkness seemed to coalesce. To take on a shape that wasn't solid, but was undeniably there. Vast, ancient, impossibly tall, like the negative space carved out of the forest itself. No features, just an overwhelming presence of immense, indifferent malice. And it was focused entirely on us, on the defiant noise of our struggling engine. "I'm sorry," I whispered to Sarah, gripping the steering wheel, convinced this was it. The engine gave one final rattling cough and died. Silence. Abrupt. Total. The wind dropped instantly. The screaming roar cut off as if a switch had been flipped. The pressure vanished. The cold in the Jeep slowly began to recede, and the RV's lights went dark. The forest stood still, dripping mist silent once more. We sat there, stunned, chests heaving, the only sound our own ragged breathing and Sarah's quiet sobs. After a minute that felt like an eternity, I dared to try the key again. The Jeep started instantly, purred like nothing had ever happened. Hesitantly, heart hammering against my ribs, I put it in reverse again. This time, the Jeep rolled back smoothly. No resistance, no pressure, no sound but the crunch of gravel under the tires. I didn't question it. Didn't look back at the RV, at the symbol, at the tree line where I thought I'd seen whatever it was. I swung the Jeep around, put it in drive, and hit the gas. We fishtailed on the gravel, then found purchase on the narrow track leading back towards the road we'd come in on. We drove. Didn't speak, just drove. Staring straight ahead, jumping at every shadow. 50 miles later, gas gauge hovering on empty, we saw it the junction with the main highway, and a few miles after that, the miracle of a gas station and a small diner. We pulled in shaking, looking like survivors of a plane crash. The people inside stared at us. We must have looked insane. We filled the tank, bought coffee, and I tried the sat phone again. It powered right up. Full battery. Made the call to the troopers. Reported the abandoned RV, citing catastrophic, unexplainable mechanical failures. Didn't mention the rest. Who would believe us? We eventually made it to Fairbanks, bought plane tickets, and flew home to Ohio, leaving the Jeep at the airport. We never looked back. So here I am, Mike Thompson, telling you this because I have to. We sold our house. Moved to a small apartment in the city, far from the woods, far from silence. But sleep doesn't come easy. Every creak of the building sounds like scratching. Every whisper of wind sounds like something else. Sarah rarely speaks about it, but I see the fear lingering in her eyes. The Wanderer is probably still there, in that silent valley, slowly being reclaimed by the spruce forest. Maybe the symbol is still visible on its side, a warning, a claim marker. Don't go looking for it. Don't venture too far off the main roads up there. Alaska is beautiful, vast, and wild, but some parts are wilder than others. Some territories are already claimed, and the things that dwell there, they don't like visitors, especially ones they decide should stay. We got away, or maybe, just maybe, we were let go, played with and discarded. But a piece of us is still there, trapped in the silence, under the shadow of the watching spruce. And that unseen thing, I have no doubt it's still there, waiting. My name was Emily Davis. That feels like a lifetime ago, belonging to a person I barely recognize in the mirror anymore. The girl who used to be Emily was optimistic, maybe a little reckless, hungry for the kind of adventure you only read about, the kind that seems thrilling right up until it curdles into something else entirely, something that stains you permanently. What happened that summer, way up north where the sun forgot how to set, changed everything. It's why Emily Davis doesn't exist anymore. Not really. I've spent years trying to bury it, moving towns, changing my appearance, even my name. But some nights, when the silence gets too loud, the smell of salt and something metallic creeps back into my senses, and I'm right back there in that isolated little village off the Hull Road. It was late June, the height of the Alaskan summer solstice season. Me, my boyfriend at the time, Mark, and our two college friends, Sarah and Ben, decided we needed an epic road trip before real life swallowed us whole. We'd pooled our meager savings, crammed ourselves, and way too much camping gear into Ben's Beat, up Fort Explorer, and set our sights on the Arctic Ocean. The Dalton Highway, the Hall Road, was our challenge. Just shy of 500 miles of mostly gravel road, cutting through some of the most remote wilderness in North America. We were fueled by cheap gas station coffee, bad 90s rock blasting from the tape deck, and the sheer, intoxicating freedom of being young and miles away from anyone who could tell us no. The landscape was breathtakingly raw, endless tundra rolling away to meet jagged mountains, still capped with snow, even in June. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline snaked alongside the road like a metallic artery, a constant reminder of human intrusion in this vast emptiness. For the first couple of days, it was exactly the adventure we'd craved. We saw moose wading in glacial rivers, caribou migrating across the plains, and felt thrillingly small under the immense pale sky. The isolation was part of the allure. Cell service vanished within hours of leaving Fairbanks. We were truly off the grid. The trouble started about halfway up. The Explorer, affectionately nicknamed the Beast, began making noises that even Ben, who fancied himself a backyard mechanic, couldn't diagnose. A rhythmic clanking grew steadily worse, accompanied by a worrying loss of power. We were somewhere north of Coldfoot, the last real truck stop for hundreds of miles. The gravel roads stretched endlessly ahead and behind, swallowed by the immense, indifferent wilderness. Panic began to set in, a cold counterpoint to the surprisingly warm Arctic air. "Just pull over, Ben," Sarah pleaded, her voice tight with anxiety. "Maybe we can figure it out." Ben eased the beast onto the narrow shoulder, the engine sputtering and dying with a final, mournful sigh. Silence descended, thick and immediate, broken only by the buzzing of mosquitoes and the distant cry of some unseen bird. We popped the hood, stared uselessly at the greasy engine block, and quickly realized we were completely out of our depth. No cars had passed us for hours. We had water and some food, but the reality of being stranded hundreds of miles from anywhere was starting to sink its icy claws into us. Mark, ever the pragmatist, pulled out the map. "Okay, look," he said, tracing a finger across the paper. "The Hall Road runs here. According to this older topographical map Ben brought, there might be some old access trails or minor tributaries branching off around this area. Maybe leading to, I don't know, old mining camps, fishing spots." It was a long shot, a very long shot, but staying put felt like admitting defeat, surrendering to the mosquitoes and the creeping dread. We decided to scout, leaving Sarah with the truck while me, Mark, and Ben hiked east, following a barely discernible track that led away from the main road towards a low ridge obscured by stands of stunted spruce. The air grew thick with the smell of salt water long before we saw it. It was incongruous, that far inland, but undeniable. Cresting the ridge, we stopped dead in our tracks. Below us, nestled in a small, sheltered cove fed by a wide, slate-gray river that must have eventually wound its way to the coast, was a village. It wasn't marked on any map we had. Maybe a dozen rough, hewn wooden buildings clustered around a rickety-looking pier where several small fishing boats were moored. Smoke curled from a couple of chimneys, thin tendrils against the perpetual twilight of the midnight sun. It looked primitive, isolated, but it was civilization of a sort. Relief washed over us, so potent it almost made us dizzy. We practically stumbled down the slope, calling out as we approached. Figures emerged from the buildings. Men and women, dressed in practical, weathered clothing, oilskins, heavy sweaters, rubber boots. Their faces were etched by wind and sun, but as they saw us, they broke into wide, welcoming smiles. An older man with a thick white beard and startlingly blue eyes stepped forward, extending a calloused hand. "Lost, are ya?" His voice was gravelly with an accent we couldn't quite place. "Don't get many folks wandering this way off the main hall." We quickly explained our situation, the broken down truck being stranded. The man, who introduced himself as Silas, the village elder, listened patiently, nodding. "Trucks break. Happens," he said simply. "Can't leave you out there. Come on in, get warm, we got stew on. Solve the truck problem tomorrow?" The relief was immense. The other villagers gathered around, murmuring welcomes. Their smiles seemed genuine, crinkling the corners of their eyes. They offered us mugs of hot, fishy-smelling stew and ushered us into the largest building, a communal hall warmed by a crackling wood stove. It smelled intensely of wood smoke, salt, and drying fish. Nets hung from the rafters like macabre decorations. We fetched Sarah, explaining the situation. She was wary, understandably, but the prospect of a warm meal and shelter beat sitting alone in the dying explorer. Back in the village hall, we ate the stew hearty, if a bit greasy, and answered their questions about the outside world. They seemed fascinated, but also strangely detached, as if news from Anchorage or Fairbanks was news from another planet. They offered us a place to stay, a small, empty cabin near the edge of the cluster of buildings. It was basic, just bunks and a table, but clean enough. Silas assured us some of the men would go out with Ben in the morning, see if they could tow the explorer back or fix it on the spot. "Don't you worry none," he said, clapping Ben on the shoulder with a force that made him wince slightly. "We look after folks out here." As the hours wore on, the day refused to end. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, but it never fully set, hovering just above the northern horizon before beginning its slow climb back up. It was disorienting, messing with our internal clocks. We felt exhausted but wired. The villagers seemed unaffected. Their work revolved around the boats and the pier. Even as the sun hovered at its lowest point, casting long, eerie shadows, men were down by the water, hauling nets, sorting catches, and gutting fish. Always gutting fish. There was a long, low shed right by the pier, its doors slightly ajar. The rhythmic thwack and scrape sounds carried clearly on the still air, along with the pungent, coppery smell of fish guts. It was night wasn't the right word, maybe 2 a.m. according to our watches, when I stepped outside the cabin for some air. The perpetual daylight felt oppressive. Most of the village was quiet now, lights out in the cabins, but down by the pier, under the pale, unwavering sun, activity continued at the gutting shed. Figures moved inside, silhouetted against the bare bulb hanging within. The sounds seemed different now, though. Less rhythmic scraping, more wet, tearing noises. And the smell, the familiar fish, gut stench was still there, but underneath it, fainter but sharper, was something else. Something cloyingly sweet and metallic, like rust, but somehow richer. I shivered, despite the mild air, chalking it up to exhaustion and the weirdness of the endless day. I turned to go back inside. That's when I saw him. One of the younger men from the village, maybe in his late teens, was standing motionless in the shadow between two buildings, watching me. He wasn't smiling now. His eyes, dark pools in the strange light, held an intensity that wasn't friendly or curious. It was watchful, predatory. When he saw I'd noticed him, he didn't look away. He just gave a slow, deliberate nod and melted back into the deeper shadows, vanishing completely. A cold dread, entirely different from the fear of being stranded, trickled down my spine. The welcoming smiles from earlier suddenly fell thin, like masks poorly worn. I hurried back into the cabin, locking the flimsy door behind me, the metallic smell seeming to cling to the air, the memory of those dark, unsmiling eyes burning into my mind. Something was wrong here, terribly wrong, and the midnight sun offered no comfort, only illumination for whatever horrors this place held when it thought no one was looking. Sleep didn't come easy in that strange, sunlit twilight. Every creak of the cabin walls, every distant shout from the pier jolted me awake. The image of the young man's cold, watchful eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. When blurry morning arrived, marked only by the slightly brighter quality of the perpetual light and the renewed bustle of village activity, I felt ragged, my nerves stretched thin as fishing line. I tried telling the others about the guy watching me, about the weird feeling I got from the gutting shed. Mark tried to be reassuring. "You're just spooked, he said, putting an arm around me. "Stranded, weird light, fish guts. It's messing with your head, they seem okay." Sarah nodded in agreement, though her eyes held a flicker of uncertainty. Ben, focused entirely on getting the Explorer fixed, just grunted noncommittally. They wanted to believe in the simple narrative breakdown, rescue, repair, escape. I wanted to believe it too, but the dread that had settled in my gut felt heavy and cold. Silas and two other men, burly, quiet types named Jed and Finn, showed up after we choked down some dry biscuits we still had. Finn was the young man I'd seen the night before. He avoided my gaze, his expression sullen, and closed off. Silas was all folksy charm again, though it felt brittle around the edges today. "Right then, Ben, let's go wrestle that metal beast of yours," he boomed, clapping Ben on the back again. They hitched up a small, battered-looking tractor and rumbled off towards the track leading back to the Hall Road, leaving me, Mark, and Sarah behind in the unsettling quiet of the village. The quiet didn't last. The rhythmic work down by the pier resumed. Hauling, sorting, gutting. The smell seemed stronger today, thicker. We decided to take a walk, partly to stretch our legs, partly under the guise of seeing the village, but mostly because staying cooped up in the cabin felt like waiting in a trap. The village was small, easy to see in under an hour. The houses were sturdy but weathered, showing years of harsh seasons. What struck me was the lack of personalization. No gardens, no kids' toys scattered about, no pets. We didn't see a single child the entire time we were there. Where were they? When Sarah casually asked one of the women mending nets near the communal hall, the woman just smiled vaguely. "Safair England," she murmured, turning back to her work. A clear dismissal. Safer from what? We noticed strange symbols carved into the doorframes of some houses and on the sterns of the fishing boats. Not letters, not any tribal markings I recognized. They were angular, jagged, somehow unpleasant to look at, like stylized fish hooks crossed with something sharper. Mark tried to sketch one on his palm, but one of the passing fishermen gave him such a sharp, hostile look that he quickly rubbed it off. The gutting shed drew our attention like a morbid magnet. It was longer than I initially thought, set slightly apart from the other buildings right at the end of the pier. Its walls were stained dark with grime and other things. The double doors facing the village were closed tight, secured with a heavy wooden bar. The sounds from within were muffled but constant, the wet slapping, the scraping, the occasional heavy thud. The metallic tang overlaying the fish smell was definitely stronger here, almost making my eyes water. "Seriously, what are they doing in there?" Sarah whispered, wrinkling her nose. Mark shrugged, trying to appear unfazed. "Just processing fish, Sal. Lots of fish." But his eyes kept darting towards the shed, a frown line creasing his forehead. We drifted back towards the center of the village, feeling the eyes of the villagers on us. Their initial friendliness had cooled into a reserved watchfulness. Smiles didn't reach their eyes anymore. They answered direct questions politely enough, but volunteered nothing. They moved with a quiet purpose, their community seemingly functioning like a well-oiled insular machine. Hours passed. The sun wheeled overhead, mocking our sense of time. Finally, we heard the rumble of the tractor returning. Ben was sitting beside Silas, his face grim. My heart sank. No good. Mark asked as Ben hopped down. Ben shook his head, kicking at the dirt. Engine seized solid. Silas thinks the main bearing went. Said he's never seen one go that bad that fast. He looked genuinely bewildered. "They tried, tout it back here, but it's dead, guys. Completely dead." Silas put a comforting hand on Ben's shoulder. Told ya, son. Happens. Rough roads up here. His blue eyes twinkled, but it didn't feel reassuring. It felt knowing. Don't you fret. We got radios. Sometimes takes a day or two for the signal to get through clear, atmospheric conditions and all that. We'll get a message out to Fairbanks for ya. Might take a bit for help to arrive this far out. A day or two. The thought of spending another 24, 48, or more hours under this relentless sun, in this village, filled me with a profound sense of despair. We asked about the radio, wanting to see it, maybe try ourselves. Silas waved a hand dismissively. Only Jed knows the frequencies, the right times to broadcast. Sensitive equipment, best leave it to him. Jed, standing nearby, just grunted, his face impassive. We were completely reliant on them. Stranded, no communication, no escape vehicle. The sense of entrapment tightened its grip. That night, the feeling of being watched was constant. Every time I glanced out the cabin window, I felt unseen eyes tracking my movement. We spoke in hushed whispers inside, the thin walls offering little privacy. Even Mark's optimism had finally cracked. Okay, he conceded, his voice low. This is weird. Really weird. That engine didn't just seize like that. Ben babied that truck. And where are the kids? Sarah added, her voice trembling slightly. And those carvings, and the way they just stare. Ben finally voiced the thought we'd all been circling. What about that shed? What if it's not just fish? The question hung heavy in the small cabin. The sounds from the pier seemed louder tonight, more frantic. We huddled together, fear a tangible presence in the room. Sleep was impossible now. Around what must have been 3 a.m., Mark decided he couldn't take it anymore. I'm just going to take a look, he whispered, from a distance. See what's going on down there? Mark, no, I hissed, grabbing his arm. It's too dangerous. I'll be careful, M. Stay hidden. I need to know. He slipped out of the cabin before we could argue further, melting into the strange twilight shadows. Sarah, Ben, and I waited, hearts pounding, straining our ears for any sound. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The noises from the shed continued, unabated, wet, percussive sounds that turned my stomach. Then a muffled shout, quickly cut off. Silence. A different kind of silence than before. The noises from the shed stopped abruptly. Even the ever-present lapping of water against the pier seemed to cease. The world held its breath. Mark, Ben whispered, his voice cracking. We waited. 1 minute. 2, 5. Nothing. Just the oppressive weight of the silent village under the pale, unblinking eye of the midnight sun. Panic clawed at my throat. Ben moved towards the door. We have to go look for him. Before he could open it, the heavy wooden bar outside the gutting shed scraped loudly as it was lifted. The double doors creaked open. Several figures emerged, silhouetted against the dim light from within. Silas, Jed, Finn, and 2 others. They weren't carrying nets or fish crates. They were dragging something heavy between them. Something wrapped in oilskins, leaving a dark, glistening trail on the wooden planks of the pier. It was roughly human-sized. They dragged it towards the edge of the pier, near one of the moored fishing boats. With a grunt of collective effort, they swung their burden up and over the side. There was a dull, heavy splash in the cold, gray water below. Then, Silas turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the village, seeming to stare directly at our cabin window, even though he couldn't possibly see us inside. A slow smile spread across his face, illuminated by the ghostly light. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't welcoming. It was the smile of a predator who knew its prey was trapped. Sarah let out a choked sob. Ben pulled her back from the window, his face ashen. They hadn't just been gutting fish in that shed. The metallic smell, the wet sounds, the dark trail on the pier, it wasn't fish guts. We weren't guests who had stumbled into their isolated lives. We were supplies. And Mark had just discovered what they did with things they no longer needed. The splash echoed in the horrifying silence that followed. Mark was gone. Not just missing, but gone, disposed of like unwanted refuse, dragged from that charnel house shed and tossed into the cold, gray water. The image of Silas turning, smiling that knowing, predatory smile towards our cabin shattered the last fragments of hope we'd clung to. We weren't stranded tourists anymore. We were livestock waiting for the slaughter. Sarah was hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face as Ben clamped a hand over her mouth, his own eyes wide with terror. "Shh, they'll hear you," he hissed, peering frantically through a crack in the shutters. The figures on the pier dispersed slowly, melting back into the shadows between the buildings, leaving the dark, wet stain on the wood glistening under the perpetual sun. They knew we knew, or at least they suspected enough that our perceived usefulness as guests had expired. Panic threatened to paralyze us, but Ben surprisingly found a core of terrified resolve. "We can't stay here," he whispered, his voice shaking but firm. "They'll come for us next. Maybe when the sun is highest, we have to move. Now, move where?" I choked out, my mind racing.
The truck's dead, the radio's a lie. They control everything.
"The water," Ben said, eyes darting towards the pier where the remaining boats bobbed gently. "It's the only way out they might not expect immediately. If we can get one started." It was insane. None of us knew how to pilot a boat properly, let alone navigate unknown Arctic waters. But staying meant certain death, a grim end in the gutting shed. A desperate, risky chance was better than no chance at all. We had to try. Our flimsy cabin door was barred from the outside. We'd heard the heavy scrape of wood shortly after Silas had smiled at our window. They were boxing us in. Ben tested the back wall rough, hewn planks, likely nailed from the outside. He found a loose floorboard near his bunk. Working frantically but silently using a small pry bar from his useless toolkit, he managed to lift it. Cold, damp earth greeted us. It wasn't much, but it was an opening. "Okay," Ben breathed. "Sarah, you first. Crawl out, stay low, get behind the next cabin over."
Wait for us.
Emily, you fall. I'll be right behind you.
Sarah, numb with fear, squeezed through the opening. The crawl space was tight, smelling of dirt and mildew. I wriggled after her, my clothes snagging on rough wood, the fear of discovery a physical weight on my back. Outside, the air was cold, carrying the ever-present stench of fish and that other, sickeningly sweet metallic smell. We crouched in the narrow gap between our prison cabin and the next, hearts hammering against our ribs. Ben slid out after us, replacing the floorboard as best he could. The village was eerily quiet again, most inhabitants likely inside after their night's work. But lights still burned in the communal hall, and we could hear low voices from within. Down at the pier, one lone figure stood guard near the boat's fin, the young man whose stare had chilled me the night before. He paced slowly along, hooked gaff held loosely in his hand. "We need a distraction," Ben whispered, scanning our surroundings. His eyes fell on a stack of empty fuel cans near one of the buildings. "Sarah, when I move, you run for the furthest boat, the small blue one. Get in, stay down, I'll deal with Finn." Before we could argue, Ben took a deep breath and sprinted across the open ground towards the fuel cans. He kicked them over with a tremendous clatter, sending them bouncing and rolling across the dirt. Figures immediately spilled out of the communal hall, shouting, alerted by the noise. Finn spun around, momentarily distracted, peering towards the source of the commotion. "Go! Now!" Ben yelled, veering off towards the pier. Sarah and I scrambled from our hiding place, legs pumping, adrenaline surging through us. We raced towards the pier, the rough wood slippery underfoot. The shouts behind us grew louder as the villagers realized what was happening. Ben reached Finn just as the young man turned back towards the boats. They collided, Ben tackling Finn low, sending them both sprawling onto the pier. The gaff clattered away. We scrambled into the small blue boat, fumbling with the mooring ropes, our fingers numb and clumsy. Ben and Finn were wrestling frantically, fists flying. Other villagers were running towards the pier now, Silas among them, his face contorted in fury. "Start it!" Ben screamed, momentarily pinning Finn beneath him. "The key's in it?" "Go!" I lunged for the outboard motor, finding the key blessedly still in the ignition. I turned it, praying. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared to life with a noise that sounded like salvation. Sarah frantically sawed at the last thick rope with a rusty knife we found wedged under a seat. Finn landed a vicious blow to Ben's head. Ben staggered back, blood streaming from his temple. Finn scrambled for the gaff. Seeing us about to get away, seeing Silas and the others closing in, Ben made a decision. He didn't try to run for the boat. Instead, he launched himself back at Finn, tackling him again, forcing them both towards the edge of the pier, away from us.
Get out of here!
He roared, his voice raw with desperation and pain. The rope finally gave way. I slammed the throttle forward, the small boat lurching away from the pier just as Ben and Finn, locked in their struggle, tumbled over the edge into the churning water below. Shouts of rage followed us from the pier. Silas stood there, watching us go, his face a mask of cold fury under the relentless midnight sun. Another boat was already being untied. They would pursue us. We sped out of the cove, the small boat bouncing violently on the choppy water of the wide river leading towards the unseen coast. I didn't know where we were going, only that it was away. Away from the gutting shed, away from the dead-eyed smiles, away from the smell of death. Sarah was sobbing uncontrollably in the bottom of the boat. I couldn't cry. I was numb, steering us blindly into the vast, gray emptiness, the roar of the engine barely drowning out the echo of Mark's death splash and Ben's final shout. We motored for hours, the fuel gauge dipping precariously low. The perpetual daylight was our only guide. We saw no other boats, no sign of pursuit, but the fear remained. Eventually, the river widened, the saltwater tang growing stronger, and miraculously, impossibly, we saw it, a larger vessel, a crab boat chugging slowly in the distance. We waved, shouted, screamed until our throats were raw. By some miracle, they saw us. The fishermen on board, rough but kind-faced men from Kodiak, were baffled to find two hysterical, half-frozen young women in a tiny boat hundreds of miles from where they should be. We told them a garbled story, engine trouble, got lost, friend fell overboard. We couldn't bring ourselves to tell the whole truth. Who would believe us? They took us aboard, gave us blankets and hot coffee, and radioed the Coast Guard. When we finally reached Dutch Harbor days later, we were questioned by state troopers. We told them about the Explorer breaking down on the Hall Road, about Mark and Ben being missing. We mentioned stopping at a small, unnamed fishing village, but our descriptions were vague, traumatized, likely inconsistent. We didn't mention the gutting shed, the oilskin, wrap bundle, Silas's smile. Fear kept us silent. Fear and the certainty that we sounded insane. They searched, of course. Found the abandoned Explorer. Found no sign of Mark or Ben. Found no trace of the village we described. No unmarked settlements off the Hall Road matching our confused directions. It was as if it didn't exist, swallowed by the tundra and the endless trees. Sometimes I wonder if it vanishes when it doesn't have visitors. Sarah and I went our separate ways after that. The shared trauma was too much. I dropped out of college, left Alaska, and started drifting. I changed my hair, my style, my name. Emily Davis died somewhere on that river, leaving behind this haunted shell. Because sometimes, late at night, I still smell the salt and the rust. I still see the midnight sun refusing to set. And I know, deep in my bones, that the village is still out there, nestled in its cove. The boats bobbing at the pier, the smiles waiting. Waiting for the next lost souls to wander too far off the road, drawn in by the promise of help, unaware that the boats aren't the only things they get under the pale, unending light. All right, look, I'm putting this out there because I have to. Maybe someone else has seen something like this. Maybe someone knows what the hell we stumbled into. Maybe I'm just losing my mind, but I gotta tell someone. My name's Chris Rodriguez. Grew up in Southern California, pretty normal life beach, tacos, traffic. Nothing that prepares you for this. Last summer, my buddy Dave Henderson and I decided we needed an epic road trip. We just finished college, grinding away at entry, level jobs we already hated, and figured it was now or never. We scraped together our savings. Dave borrowed his dad's sturdy, but aging Ford Explorer, and we set our sights on the last frontier, Alaska. Dave's younger sister, Sarah, who was taking a gap year before starting her nursing program, decided to tag along last minute. She was always the sensible one, the designated first aid carrier and reality checker. Thank God she came. The drive up was incredible. Seriously, pictures don't do it justice. The Canadian Rockies, the Yukon, it felt like driving through a postcard for weeks. We finally crossed into Alaska. The air felt different, crisper, wilder. Anchorage was cool, bigger than I expected, but it was just a pit stop. We wanted the real Alaska, the remote stuff, the kind of wilderness that makes you feel tiny and insignificant, but in a good way. We planned to head south, towards the Kenai Peninsula, maybe do some hiking, see some glaciers, the usual tourist checklist, but with more dirt roads and fewer crowds, hopefully. We resupplied in Anchorage extra gas cans, water, enough freeze, dried meals to survive a small apocalypse, bear spray, which felt both terrifying and ridiculously inadequate. Dave was navigating using his phone GPS, supplemented by a fancy new standalone GPS unit he'd bought specifically for the trip. Redundancy, he called it. Smart, I thought at the time. We left Anchorage under a sky that couldn't decide if it wanted to be sunny or pour rain, typical Alaskan summer stuff. The highway south was beautiful, mountains looming on one side, the Turnagain Arm gleaming on the other. We were making good time, windows down, blasting classic rock, feeling like kings of the road. Sarah was in the back, occasionally pointing out dull sheep high up on the cliffsides. It was perfect. About 2 hours south of the city, things started getting weird. We were on the main highway, Seward Highway, clear signs, plenty of other cars. Then Dave's phone GPS just blinked out. No signal. It declared bluntly, "Huh," Dave muttered, fiddling with it. Weird. Thought service was decent along the main drag. He shrugged. Good thing we got the backup. He tapped the screen of the standalone GPS mounted on the dash. It flickered, recalculated, and then the polite digital voice chimed in. In .5 miles, turn right. I squinted. Turn right? Onto what? There's nothing but trees, man. Dave zoomed in on the GPS map. Shows a road here. SAR 7B. Maybe a scenic route. Cuts off some miles. Sarah leaned forward from the back seat. SR 7B. I don't remember seeing that on the paper map. Dad always said stick to the main routes up here unless you know where you're going. Relax, Sarah. Dave said, though he sounded a little uncertain himself. It's on the GPS. It's probably just an older state road, maybe less maintained. An adventure, right? The turn off appeared exactly where the GPS said it would, but it wasn't what I'd expected. There was no sign marking it SR 7B, or anything else for that matter. It was just an opening in the trees, a gravel track barely wider than the Explorer, flanked by dense walls of Sitka spruce and tangled alder bushes. It looked less like a state route and more like someone's forgotten driveway leading into Narnia's creepy cousin. Dude, I don't know. I said, my gut twisting slightly. This looks sketchy. GPS says it connects back to the highway further down. Dave insisted, tapping the screen again. The map showed a thin blue line meandering through the green, eventually merging back with the thick red line of the main highway. It'll be fine. Might even see some wildlife. Against my better judgment, and Sarah's audible sigh from the back, Dave slowed the Explorer and turned onto the gravel path. The moment our tires left the smooth asphalt, it felt like we'd crossed a threshold. The air grew stiller, heavier. The dense trees immediately swallowed the sounds of the highway, leaving only the crunch of gravel under our tires and the low rumble of the engine. The first 100 yards weren't too bad, just a bumpy gravel road. But then the gravel thinned out, replaced by packed earth, rutted and even. Grass grew high in the center and along the edges, scraping against the undercarriage. Alder branches, thick as my wrist, clawed at the windows, leaving faint scratches on the glass. It was clear this wasn't just less maintained. It hadn't been used by anything wider than an ATV, maybe a dirt bike, in a very, very long time. Decades, maybe. Dave, this isn't a road. Sarah said, her voice tight. This is a logging trail, maybe? An old one? The GPS? Dave started, but his voice lacked conviction. He tapped the screen again. It flickered. The map display dissolved into a pixelated mess for a second before snapping back, showing our little car icon sitting stubbornly on the thin blue line labeled SR 7B. See. Still says it's the road. We crawled along at maybe 5 miles per hour. The trail twisted and turned, climbing slightly. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy overhead, casting the path in a perpetual twilight. The silence was profound, unsettling. No birds sang, no squirrels chattered. just the groan of the explorer's suspension and the screech of branches against metal. After maybe 20 minutes that felt like an hour, the trail narrowed even further. Deep ruts forced Dave to maneuver carefully to avoid bottoming out. Thick mud sucked at the tires in low spots. Okay, maybe Sarah's right. Dave admitted, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. This is definitely not SR-7B. GPS must be glitching hard. We should turn around. Easier said than done. The trail was barely wide enough for the truck, flanked by impenetrable forest and steep ditches choked with ferns and devil's club. There was absolutely no place to execute a 3-point turn, let alone turn the Explorer around completely. We have to keep going, I said, scanning the woods nervously. Maybe it widens up ahead, or there's a clearing, or maybe it just dead ends miles from anywhere. Sarah muttered, her face pale. We pressed on, the mood in the car thick with anxiety. The GPS kept insisting we were on the right path, its cheerful digital voice occasionally announcing phantom turns onto trails that didn't exist. It felt less like a navigation tool and more like a malfunctioning oracle leading us deeper into trouble. Another 10 minutes crawled by. The trail took a sharp, downhill turn, the ruts becoming deeper, slicker. Dave wrestled with the wheel. Then we saw it. Through a gap in the trees, down in the hollow the trail seemed to be leading into was something. Not a cabin, not a shed. It was a structure, but made of logs. No, darker than wood. Stone, maybe. It was hard to tell from this distance, maybe 50 yards away through the dense undergrowth. It was low-slung, angular in a way that felt unnatural, and seemed to squat in the gloomy half-light. It didn't look like any kind of building I'd ever seen, certainly nothing modern. It looked ancient, primitive, and profoundly out of place. What the hell is that? Dave breathed, slowing the Explorer to a near stop. The GPS chose that exact moment to speak again, its voice calm and incongruous. You have arrived at your destination. My blood ran cold. Destination? What destination? We hadn't punched anything into the GPS except the general direction of Kenai. This overgrown trail, this weird structure in the middle of nowhere. This wasn't a destination. This was somewhere you ended up by mistake. A very, very bad mistake. And the worst part, as we stared at the dark, silent structure hunkered down in the Alaskan wilderness, miles from any known road, older than any map, I got the distinct, chilling feeling that despite the lack of lights, the silence, the overgrowth, it wasn't abandoned. Something was aware of us. You have arrived at your destination. The cheerful, synthesized voice echoed in the sudden, absolute silence of the Explorer's cabin. Nobody spoke. Nobody breathed. Outside, the gray Alaskan twilight seemed to deepen, pressing in around us. The structure down in the hollow remained perfectly still, a dark shape against the gloom, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. It looked like a bruise on the landscape. Destination. Sarah finally whispered from the back seat, her voice trembling slightly. What destination?
Dave, what did you put in that thing?
Nothing! Dave insisted, his eyes wide, flicking between the GPS screen and the unnerving building. Just Kenai Peninsula? General direction. It must be malfunctioning, reading some old map data, maybe a historical site. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself more than us. Historical site. Out here. Looking like that. I countered, my voice low. And accessible only by a trail that probably hasn't seen a vehicle since Nixon was in office. No way. My heart was hammering against my ribs. That feeling of being watched hadn't faded. It intensified, prickling the back of my neck like static electricity. The Explorer idled, its low rumble the only sound competing with the blood rushing in my ears. The air inside felt thick, used up. Okay, Dave said, taking a shaky breath. Okay, freaky coincidence. GPS is toast. We need to turn around. Now. He shifted the gear selector into reverse, his movements jerky. He craned his neck, trying to see behind us through the rear window, obscured by grime and the encroaching branches. He edged the truck backward, maybe a foot, the tires spinning slightly on the slick earth before catching. A low scraping sound came from underneath. Easy, man, I cautioned. Don't get us stuck. Trying, he gritted out. He reversed another couple of feet, the angle steep. The front right tire dipped sharply into a hidden rut masked by ferns. The engine whined in protest as he tried to give it gas, but the tire just spun, flinging mud. We lurched sideways slightly, the driver's side now tilted unnervingly close to the dense thicket lining the trail.
Stop! Stop!
Sarah cried out. You're just digging it in. Dave slammed the gearshift back into park, hitting the steering wheel with the heel of his hand.
Damn it! Okay.
Okay, not good. We were well and truly wedged. Reversing further up the slick, steep, rutted incline looked impossible now without getting properly high-centered or sliding off the trail entirely. Going forward meant heading down, deeper into the hollow, closer to that thing. Maybe, I said slowly, trying to keep my voice calm. Maybe we get out, check the ground, see if we can clear some branches, find better traction. It was a flimsy excuse. What I really wanted, despite the fear, was a closer look at the structure. And maybe, just maybe, find a wider spot down there to turn around. Dave hesitated, glancing towards the structure again. Get out. Here. We can't stay in the car forever, Dave. Sarah said, surprisingly firm, and we sure as hell can't reverse. We need to see if there's a way out forward. She already had her hand on the door handle. Sensible Sarah, focusing on the practical problem, even when the practical problem was situated next to something straight out of a nightmare. Reluctantly, Dave cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, amplifying the feeling of isolation. We opened our doors slowly, the creak echoing unnaturally in the still air. Stepping out onto the trail, the ground felt soft, spongy, like layers of decaying vegetation built up over centuries. The air smelled damp, earthy, but with an undercurrent I couldn't place something metallic, like old blood or ozone. We stood beside the explorer, 3 tiny figures dwarfed by the towering spruce trees and the oppressive silence. Downslope, maybe 40 yards away now, the structure squatted. Getting a clear view, I could see it was built from massive, dark stones, almost black, fitted together with uncanny precision but without any visible mortar. They weren't perfectly shaped blocks like you'd see in modern construction, more like huge, naturally angular boulders wrestled into place by immense force. It was low, perhaps only 10 feet high, but sprawling, maybe 50 feet long, with no discernible windows or doors on the side facing us. The angles were weirdly unsettling, not quite right angles, leaning inward slightly, giving it a predatory, hunched look. Lichen and moss-coated parts of it in sickly green and gray patches, attesting to its age, yet the overall form felt sharp, deliberate. What is it? Sarah breathed, wrapping her arms around herself despite the mild temperature. It doesn't look like native Alaskan, not like the pictures I've seen, not like settler stuff either. No, I agreed. It looks older, much older, older than stories, older than maps. That phrase echoed in my head. It felt less like something built on the land and more like something that had grown from it, like a fungus or a tumor. Dave pulled the heavy-duty flashlight from the glove compartment. Let's just walk down a bit, he said, his voice tight. See if the trail widens out past that thing, enough to turn around. Stick close together. We moved cautiously down the muddy track, our boots sinking slightly with each step. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects. Not even the rustle of wind in the high branches. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath. As we got closer, maybe 20 yards from the structure, the weirdness intensified. The vegetation seemed sparser here, the ground almost bare in patches near the stone walls, as if the soil itself was reluctant to support life too close. I noticed strange carvings on some of the stones, not letters, not symbols I recognized from any culture. They were intricate looping, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe if you stared at them too long, making my eyes water and a headache bloom behind my temples. They looked less like decoration and more like warnings, or maybe diagrams of something incomprehensible. Guys, Sarah whispered. Point near the base of the wall, half hidden under a drooping fern, was a small pile of animal bones, mostly small mammals' voles, maybe a snowshoe hare picked clean, arranged in a deliberate, almost ritualistic circle. My stomach churned. Dave shone the flashlight beam along the base of the wall. No door, no windows, just seamless, dark stone and those disturbing carvings. The trail continued past it, bending around the structure and disappearing into the trees on the other side. It didn't look any wider. Maybe the entrance is on the other side, I suggested, though the thought of walking around it filled me with dread. Before Dave could answer, we heard it. A sound from inside the structure. It wasn't loud. A faint dragging scrape. Like stone grinding on stone, slow and deliberate. We froze, paralyzed. Every horror movie trope screamed at us to run, but where? Back to the wedge truck, deeper into the unknown woods. The scraping stopped. Silence crashed back in, heavier than before. Did you hear that? Dave whispered, his flashlight beam trembling on the dark wall. Sarah nodded numbly, her eyes wide with terror. I could only manage a tight nod myself, my throat constricted. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, straining to hear anything else. Nothing. Just the pounding of my own heart. Was it the wind? Settling stones? An animal trapped inside? Or was it something else? The feeling of being watched intensified tenfold, no longer just a prickle but a heavy weight, an awareness pressing in from the dark stone, from the silent trees. Then I saw something else. Further along the trail, past the first structure, half, concealed by a thick stand of alder, was another one. Similar in construction, dark. Angular stone, unsettling geometry, but perhaps smaller, more weathered, partially collapsed on one side. And beyond that, through the trees, I thought I could glimpse the dark lines of a third shape, deeper in the woods. This wasn't just one anomaly. This was a complex, a settlement, a place. Built by whom?
When and for what purpose? Chris, Dave.
Sarah's voice was barely audible. She was pointing not at the second structure, but at the ground near the first one, just a few feet from where we stood. Look. Dave swung the flashlight beam down. There, in a patch of damp earth near the wall, were tracks. Not animal tracks. Not typical boot prints either. They were large, strangely shaped impressions, almost like a bare foot but longer, thinner, with an odd number of toe marks that seemed too pointed, too sharp. And they were fresh. The edges were still sharp. Water hadn't seeped into them yet. Someone or something had been standing right here very recently. The scraping sound came again, louder this time, seeming to echo from within the very stone in front of us. It was followed by a low, guttural click. Panic finally broke through the paralysis. Back to the truck. Dave hissed, grabbing Sarah's arm. We scrambled back up the slippery trail, stumbling, half falling in our haste. The short distance back to the Explorer felt like miles. We threw ourselves inside, slamming and locking the doors, hearts pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. We sat there, shaking, staring at the silent, dark structure below us. The GPS screen glowed faintly on the dash, still displaying its cheerful, lying message. You have arrived at your destination. Outside, the light continued to fade. A low mist began to creep between the trees, swirling up from the hollow, obscuring the structures in a damp, gray shroud. We were stuck miles down a forgotten trail, with night falling, next to ancient, impossible buildings that were definitely not empty. The woods, the stones, the silence, it all felt aware now, sentient and malevolent. Trying to reverse was suicide. Going forward seemed even worse. Locked inside the Explorer, we were prisoners in our own damn car. Darkness had fallen completely outside, thick and absolute under the dense Alaskan canopy. The mist hadn't lifted. If anything, it had coagulated, pressing against the windows like a blindfold, reducing visibility to zero beyond the immediate reach of Dave's flashlight beam, which he kept nervously sweeping across the impenetrable gray wall. Every drop of condensation rolling down the glass looked like a searching eye. Every creak of the cooling engine sounded like footsteps. Silence. Then not silence. It started subtly. A soft tick against the rear window. We froze. Dismissed it. Rain. A twig. Then another tick, this time on the passenger side, right next to my head. I flinched violently, whipping my head around, but saw nothing but swirling gray. What was that? Sarah breathed, her voice ragged. She was huddled in the back seat, knees pulled up to her chest. Nothing, Dave said too quickly. It's the mist settling. Branches. But his hand trembled as he gripped the flashlight. Then came the scraping sound again. Not from the structure below us this time, but closer. Much closer. It seemed to be coming from under the truck. A slow, deliberate drag, like something heavy being pulled across the muddy earth beneath our feet. My blood turned to ice water. I could almost feel the vibration through the floor panels. I fumbled for my phone, knowing it was useless. No signal, of course. Dave tried the truck's radio, static across every band, even the emergency channels. We were completely cut off, marooned in this forgotten corner of the world with things that defied explanation. "We can't stay here," I said, the words feeling like sandpaper in my throat. It knows we're here. It's messing with us. Or worse. "Go where?" "Chris." Dave shot back, his voice cracking with panic. "Run blindly up that trail in the dark. Break an ankle. Get lost." "We wouldn't make it 100 yards!" "And the truck is stuck." Trying to get the truck out is better than waiting for whatever the hell is making that noise to break a window, I argued. The scraping stopped abruptly, leaving a silence that felt somehow worse, charged with anticipation. Sarah suddenly gasped, pointing a shaking finger towards the driver's side window. "There." Dave swung the flashlight beam. For a split second, caught in the edge of the light, I saw it. Or thought I did. A shape in the mist. Tall, impossibly thin, limbs bent at unnatural angles, moving with a jerky, stop-motion gait just beyond the point where the light fully penetrated. It was dark, blending with the night, and vanished almost instantly back into the gray. But the impression was burned into my retina as something humanoid, but hideously wrong. That was it. No more debating. "Rock the truck," I yelled. "On 3. Forward and reverse. Use the floor mats under the tires if we have to. We get out or we die here." Adrenaline surged, momentarily eclipsing the fear. Dave slammed the truck into drive, then reverse, then drive again, flooring the accelerator each time. The engine screamed, tires spun uselessly, flinging mud and stones against the undercarriage, rocking the vehicle violently, but not moving it from the ruts. Floor mats. Sarah scrambled to pull the heavy rubber mats from the front and back. This was insane. Getting out into that mist, with that thing potentially feet away. But the alternative felt even worse. "Keep the flashlight on the woods," I told Dave. "Sarah, stay behind me." I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and pushed it open just wide enough to squeeze out. The cold, damp air hit me, thick with that weird metallic tang. The scraping sound started again directly behind the truck this time. Closer. I didn't look. Shoving the floor mat down towards the front tire wedged in the rut, my hands sinking into the cold mud, I yelled.
"Now, Dave!"
"Rocket."
Dave gunned the engine forward, reverse. The truck groaned. I threw my shoulder against the door pillar, pushing with everything I had. Sarah was out on the other side, trying to wedge another mat under the rear tire. Suddenly, a guttural click, chatter sound echoed from the mist just yards away. It was an animal. It sounded disturbingly like some form of language, but harsh, broken, utterly alien. "It's coming!" Sarah screamed. "DRV?" I roared, throwing myself back towards the open passenger door. As I scrambled in, Dave slammed it into reverse one last time. With a violent lurch and the sickening sound of tearing metal from underneath, the Explorer broke free. The tires found purchase, maybe on the mats, maybe just by sheer luck, and we shot backwards up the trail, branches screeching against the paintwork, engine roaring. Dave didn't slow down. He wrestled the wheel, fishtailing wildly on the slick track, using momentum and blind panic to navigate the turns we had crawled down so carefully hours before. Trees flashed past in the headlights like skeletal arms reaching for us. I risked a glance back down into the hollow. The mist swirled, but for a moment it thinned near the first structure. And I saw them, 2 figures. Tall, emaciated, silhouetted against the faint, unnatural luminescence that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves. They weren't moving, just standing there watching us flee. Even from that distance, I felt their ancient, malevolent attention locked onto us. Then the mist closed in again, swallowing them whole. We didn't stop driving, not until we crashed, quite literally, back onto the Sword Highway. Dave lost control coming off the muddy trail onto the asphalt, sending us into a short skid before wrestling the Explorer to a halt sideways across the southbound lane. Thankfully, at that hour, it was deserted. We sat there for a full minute, hyperventilating, shaking uncontrollably. The dashboard clock glowed insanely, showing it was just after 3 a.m. We'd only been off the highway for a few hours, but it felt like days. Or years. We drove straight back to Anchorage, the silence in the car, thick with trauma. We didn't talk about what we saw, what we heard, what we felt. We couldn't. How do you put that into words? The underside of the Explorer was mangled, shredded branches stuck in the grill, deep scratches scoring every panel. We abandoned the rest of the trip, booked the first available flight back south the next day, leaving the battered SUV in long-term parking. Dave's dad was furious about the damage, but we mumbled something about hitting a moose calf that ran out on a bad road. He didn't quite buy it, but didn't press too hard. It's been almost a year. Dave and Sarah don't talk about it. Ever. If I try to bring it up, they shut down, get pale, change the subject. But I know they remember. I see it in their eyes sometimes. That haunted look. I can't forget. I dream about those structures, the carvings that wreathe, the scraping sound, those impossibly thin figures in the mist. I've spent hours online searching historical records, anthropological databases, fringe websites. Nothing. No mention of ruins like that south of Anchorage. No native legends that quite fit. It's like that place, that trail doesn't exist on any map, in any story. But it does exist. We found it. Or maybe it found us. Those structures back there, they're older than anything you'll read about. Tucked away on a logging trail overgrown for decades, somewhere south of Anchorage. And they are definitely not abandoned. I don't know what they are, or who, or what built them, but they're still there. Waiting. I had to write this down. Maybe someone else has taken that wrong turn. Maybe someone knows what those things are. Or maybe I'm just warning you. Be careful where the GPS takes you, especially in places where the maps still have blank spots. Some trails are meant to stay forgotten. Some destinations are best left unarrived at. Because whatever lives in those dark stone angles, deep in the Alaskan woods, it remembers. And it watches. My name is Jessica White. Or, well, it was. Sometimes saying it out loud feels like trying on clothes that don't fit anymore, clothes belonging to someone I used to know. Someone Nave. Someone who slept soundly through the night. That Jessica White hasn't existed for a long time now, not since we bought the RV. Mark, my husband, had always dreamed of hitting the open road, not just for a vacation, but living it. Ditching the mortgage, the 9 to 5 grind, the endless cycle of bills and suburban pleasantries. He painted this picture of freedom, waking up to mountain vistas one week, ocean breezes the next. Me. I was hesitant. I like my creature comforts, my predictable routines. But Mark, well, Mark can be very persuasive when he sets his mind on something. His enthusiasm was infectious, and honestly, after a particularly brutal year involving job losses and family illness, the idea of a clean break, a complete reset, started to sound appealing even to me. So we did it. We sold the house, poured our savings into a used, but seemingly sturdy, 30-foot Class C motorhome, the kind with the overhang bunk above the driver's cabin. We christened her the Wanderer, which felt appropriately adventurous. Mark handled the mechanics, the route planning, the sheer logistics of nomadic life. I focused on making the inside feel like home, tiny potted herbs on the windowsill, cozy blankets, our favorite photos tacked to the corkboard. The first few months were okay. There were bumps, literally and figuratively. Learning to navigate tight gas stations, figuring out dump stations, glamorous, I know. Dealing with the occasional breakdown. But there were also breathtaking sunsets over the painted desert, quiet nights under star, drenched skies in national forests, the simple joy of brewing coffee while looking out at a completely new landscape. We felt closer, Mark and I. Stripped of the daily distractions, we rediscovered each other in the confined space of the Wanderer. The RV itself was compact but functional. A small kitchenette, a dinette that converted into bed, a tiny bathroom, and our main bed tucked away in the back. And then there was the cab over bunk. It was dark up there, accessible by a small wooden ladder. We mostly used it for storage, extra bedding, suitcases, things we didn't need daily access to. It remained perpetually shadowed, a slightly neglected space looming over the main living area. We were parked deep in a national forest in Oregon, miles from the nearest town. It was late September, the air crisp with the promise of autumn. We'd found a secluded spot, surrounded by towering pines that blocked out most of the direct sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight even during the day. It was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of silence that presses in on your ears. Mark loved it. He'd spend hours outside hiking or just sitting by the campfire. I found the deep woods unsettling. Beautiful, yes, but also primal, watchful. The thin walls of the RV suddenly felt very inadequate against the vastness outside. That's when it started, subtly, almost dismissively easy. It was exactly 3:03 a.m. I know because I'd woken up needing the bathroom, and the blue light of the microwave clock glared accusingly in the dark. As I lay back down, trying to drift off again, I heard it. Screw-rape. A dry, dragging sound, like fingernails or maybe claws, being pulled slowly across the fiberglass roof directly above our bed. My heart gave a single hard thump against my ribs. Mark was asleep beside me, breathing deeply. The sound came again. Scrape. Longer this time. Slower. Deliberate. My mind immediately jumped to rational explanations. A pine branch heavy with cones swaying in a non-existent wind. An animal, a raccoon, maybe a squirrel. But the sound was too rhythmic, too intentional. It wasn't the random scrabbling of a small creature. It felt methodical. I nudged Mark awake. Mark, did you hear that? He mumbled, bleary-eyed. Hear what? That noise? On the roof. He listened for a moment, the silence stretching thick and heavy. Nothing. Probably just a branch Jess. Go back to sleep. He rolled over, pulling the blanket tighter, already halfway back to unconsciousness. I lay awake for another hour, straining my ears, but the sound didn't return. By morning, in the weak, filtered light, I'd almost convinced myself he was right. A branch. An overactive imagination fueled by the isolation. But it happened again the next night. 3:03 a.m. Scrape. Then silence. Then again, scrape. This time I didn't wake Mark. What was the point? He'd just dismiss it again. I lay there, rigid, barely breathing, until the first hint of dawn painted the small window gray. When I finally dared to look outside later that morning, examining the roof from the ground as best I could, I saw nothing. No low hanging branches nearby, no obvious scratch marks I could discern from that angle. The scraping became a nightly occurrence, always around the same time. Sometimes it was short, sharp. Other times long and drawn out. It was like a form of torture, the anticipation almost worse than the sound itself. Sleep became fragmented, shallow. I started jumping at every little creak and groan the RV made as it settled. Mark noticed my fatigue, my frayed nerves. You're letting this get to you, Jess, he said gently one evening, stirring the campfire. It's an old RV in the middle of the woods. It's going to make noises. It's not just noises, Mark. I insisted, maybe a little too sharply. It's the same noise at the same time every night. Something is doing it. He sighed, poking at a log. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll get the ladder out, climb up, and take a good look. Deal. He did. He spent a good 20 minutes up there inspecting every inch of the roof. He came down shrugging. Nothing, Jess. Not a scratch. No broken branches. No signs of animals. It's clean. His certainty didn't reassure me. It terrified me. If there was no physical explanation, then what was it? The silence felt different after that, charged with something unseen. The woods seemed darker, the trees closer. Then, about a week after the scraping started, the whispers began. We were sitting inside one evening, a cold drizzle starting to patter against the roof and windows. Mark was reading, and I was trying to concentrate on a book, though my ears were constantly straining for that 3 a.m. appointment. Suddenly, I heard it, faint, muffled by the thin wall beside the dinette. A voice. Whispered my name, Jessica. It sounded almost like Mark, but distorted. Drawn out, airy, like the sound was being carried on the wind, even though the air was still. I froze, my blood running cold. Mark was right there, across the small table, engrossed in his book. He hadn't spoken. Mark, I whispered, my voice trembling. He looked up, annoyed at the interruption. Yeah. Did you say something? No. Why? He frowned, noticing my expression. Jess? What's wrong? You're white as a sheet. Outside, I stammered, gesturing vaguely towards the wall. I heard whispering. It sounded like you. He put his book down, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern, maybe mixed with a little exasperation. Whispering. Jess, it's raining. You probably heard the wind or rain hitting the side. No, it wasn't the rain. It said my name. He stood up, slid open the flimsy window covering, and peered out into the deepening, misty gloom. Rain dripped steadily from the pines. Nothing moved. There's nobody out there, honey. Nobody for miles. He closed the blind, his voice gentle but firm. You're exhausted. This place is getting to you. Maybe we should think about moving on soon. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was just tired, stressed, my mind playing tricks on me in this isolated place. I wanted to believe him. God, how I wanted to believe him. But the whispers didn't stop. They came intermittently, always from just outside the RV walls. Sometimes my name, sometimes just indistinct murmurs. And always that chillingly distorted mimicry of Mark's voice. I'd hear it call me while Mark was snoring softly beside me in bed. I'd hear it ask for help while he was sitting right across from me, chewing his dinner. Each time, it chipped away at my sanity, making me doubt what was real. Mark tried to be supportive, checking outside whenever I claimed to hear something. But he never heard it himself, never found anything. I saw the doubt creeping into his eyes. He was starting to worry about me, not about what might be outside. The feeling of being watched became constant, oppressive. The RV no longer felt like a cozy home, but a fragile cage surrounded by unseen malice. I dreaded the nightfall, dreaded the silence that allowed the whispers to slither through. I especially started to hate the cab over bunk. Its shadowed space felt like a blind spot, a dark corner where anything could hide. I avoided looking at it, refused to store anything else up there. It just felt wrong. Then came the night that changed everything. The night the boundary was breached. We were asleep, the scraping having already made its 3 a.m. appearance an hour earlier. I was drifting in that awful, exhausted state between consciousness and true rest when I heard it again. Jessica, my eyes snapped open in the pitch dark. Mark was breathing steadily beside me. The sound hadn't come from outside this time. No, this was different. It was closer, much closer. It was coming from inside the RV, from right above us, from the empty, dark cab over bunk. Silence. Thick, suffocating silence followed the whisper from the cab over bunk. My own breathing seemed impossibly loud in the darkness, each inhale ragged, each exhale shaky. Lying there, utterly frozen, I could feel the space above me pressing down, heavy with unseen weight. It wasn't just storage anymore, it was a lair. Jessica. It came again, softer this time, almost intimate. A dry rustle, like shifting fabric or dead leaves, accompanied it. It was undeniably inside, undeniably above us. Terror was a physical thing, a cold fist clenching deep in my gut, icy tendrils creeping up my spine. My eyes were wide open, staring uselessly into the black void where the ceiling should be, hyper aware of the thin mattress and flimsy partitions separating us from it. My first instinct was primal flee. Jump out of bed, scramble out the door, run into the cold, dark woods. But where would I go? The fear of the known, however terrifying, seemed marginally better than the vast, unknown dread lurking outside, and I couldn't leave Mark. With trembling fingers, I reached out and shook his shoulder, hard. Mark, wake up. My voice was a choked whisper, strangled by fear. He grumbled, swatting vaguely in my direction.
Whoa, Jess, what is it now?
It's inside. I hissed, tears starting to prickle at the corners of my eyes. It's in the bunk. It whispered. That got his attention. He sat bolt upright, instantly alert. The springs of the mattress groaned under his sudden movement. What? What are you talking about? The voice. Your voice. It came from the bunk, right above us. We both listened intently, straining our ears in the oppressive silence. Nothing. Just the faint patter of leftover rain dripping from the pines outside, the gentle hum of the RV's battery converter. Mark reached over and fumbled for the small flashlight we kept on the tiny bedside shelf. The beam cut through the darkness, sharp and narrow. He pointed it upwards, towards the overhang. The light caught the textured vinyl ceiling, the edge of the bunk where it met the main cabin roof. Nothing looked disturbed, The stored suitcases and bedding we kept up there were just dark lumps in the shadows beyond the main beam. "There's nothing there, Jess," he said, his voice low but trying to be reassuring. It spoke Mark. I heard it. My voice cracked. Twice. He hesitated, then swung his legs out of bed. Okay, stay here." He grabbed the heavier mag light from the kitchen drawer, its beam wider, more powerful. He moved cautiously towards the front of the RV, stepping around the dinette. He stood directly beneath the overhang, shining the light straight up at the underside of the bunk. Then, slowly, methodically, he moved the beam across the opening, illuminating the dark recess within. Empty space, suitcases, a rolled-up sleeping bag, dust motes dancing in the beam. Nothing else. "See," he said, keeping the light trained up there. Nothing. It was there. I insisted, hugging my knees to my chest, watching the beam tremble slightly in his hand. Was he scared too, or just agitated? He lowered the flashlight, rubbing his face tiredly. "Jess." Maybe sound travels weirdly in here. An echo from outside. The vents. It wasn't an echo, Mark. It was here. I gestured frantically upwards. It sounded like it was right on the other side of the mattress. He sighed a long, wary sound. He walked back and sat on the edge of the bed. "Look, I'm not saying you didn't hear something, but there's nothing up there. Maybe a mouse got in. A bird found a gap somewhere. Did a bird whisper my name? Mark." The question hung in the air, sharp and accusatory. He didn't answer, just shone the light around the RV's interior corners, ceiling vents, window seals, as if hoping to find a rational explanation etched onto the walls. He found nothing. Eventually, exhaustion overriding fear, or perhaps just wanting the conversation to end, he climbed back into bed. He didn't turn off the mag light, though. He laid it on the shelf beside the bed, pointing towards the front of the cabin, casting long, eerie shadows but providing a sliver of comfort. Neither of us slept much more that night. Every creak, every drip of water outside, every rustle of the bedding made us jump. Mark didn't dismiss me anymore, not entirely, but the fear was morphing into something else in his eyes, a deep-seated worry not for me, but about me. He thought I was breaking down, and maybe I was. How could I not? The next day, Mark was quiet, withdrawn. He spent hours outside, ostensibly checking the RV's exterior again, sealing tiny gaps around windows and vents with caulking gun. But I think he just needed space, needed to be away from the suffocating atmosphere inside, away from me and my perceived hysteria. I stayed inside, huddled on the dinette seat, feeling like a prisoner. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, not just from outside, but from within the RV itself. The air felt thick, static, and my eyes kept drifting upwards towards the bunk. It seemed darker than before, the shadows within deeper, more absolute. We didn't talk about moving anymore. It felt pointless. If it was inside, where could we go? It would just come with us. The Wanderer no longer felt like our home. It felt like its home, and we were the unwelcome guests. The phenomena escalated, becoming bolder, more intrusive. It wasn't just whispers anymore. Small things started happening. Doors we'd left slightly ajar would be closed when we looked again. Objects on the counter seemed to shift slightly overnight. Once, the small magnetic spice rack attached to the fridge clattered to the floor in the middle of the day, scattering paprika and oregano across the linoleum, even though the RV was perfectly level and still. Mark blamed vibrations from a passing truck miles away on the distant highway, but we both knew we hadn't felt anything. The cold spots became more pronounced. You'd be sitting reading, feeling perfectly warm, and suddenly a patch of air beside you would turn ice cold, raising goosebumps on your arms, only to vanish moments later. There was a smell too, sometimes. Faint, but deeply unpleasant. A coppery, metallic scent like old blood or rust that would appear suddenly and dissipate just as quickly. And the bunk became the undeniable epicenter. The whispers continued, always seeming to emanate from that shadowy recess, sometimes mimicking Mark, sometimes just sibilant, meaningless sounds like snakes slithering over dry leaves. They started happening during the day, too, faint but clear enough to make my blood run cold. Mark heard them once, finally. We were eating lunch, a tense, silent meal, when a clear, Distorted whisper of my name drifted down from the overhang. Jessica hungry. Mark dropped his fork. It clattered loudly on the plate. He looked up, his face pale, his eyes wide with a terror that finally mirrored my own. He didn't need to ask if I'd heard it. We stared at each other for a long moment, the unspoken acknowledgement passing between us, this is real. That night, something changed in Mark. The doubt was gone, replaced by a grim fear and a fierce, protective anger. We have to do something, he said, his voice tight. We can't live like this. He got the ladder we used for exterior maintenance and cleaning. I'm going up there. I'm clearing it out. Everything. Mark, no, don't. I pleaded. What if you disturb it? It's already disturbed Jess. He snapped, his fear manifesting as aggression. It's in our home. I'm not hiding from it anymore. He positioned the ladder carefully, took a deep breath, and climbed. He shone the mag light ahead of him into the bunk space. I stood below, twisting my hands, my heart pounding against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. He reached the top, peering into the darkness. Okay, he called down, his voice slightly muffled. Just the suitcases, the sleeping bag weight. What is it? He was silent for a moment, just the beam of the flashlight visible, moving slowly. There's something tucked away in the back corner, behind the big suitcase. Looks like fabric. He shifted, reaching. I heard the scrape of the suitcase being dragged slightly. Almost got it. Then, he gasped. A sharp, choked sound. The flashlight beam went wild, skittering across the ceiling down the walls, before pointing erratically back towards the bunk opening. Mark, what is it? Are you okay? I screamed. He scrambled backwards down the ladder so quickly he almost fell, landing heavily on the floor. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with sheer horror. He stared up at the bunk, breathing heavily. Mark, talk to me. He swallowed hard, pointing a trembling finger towards the overhang. It's not empty. Jess. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. There's something up there, tucked in the corner. What did you see? He looked at me, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. A doll, an old, filthy porcelain doll. And Jess, its eyes were open. It was watching me. Mark's words hung in the air, heavy and cold. We stared at the dark opening of the bunk, no longer just an empty storage space, but a cage holding something malevolent. The silence stretched, broken only by Mark's ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The flashlight he dropped lay on the floor, casting skewed shadows that made the familiar confines of the RV twist into monstrous shapes. A doll. I finally whispered, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. Where did it come from? We didn't put a doll up there. I don't know, Jess. Mark said, his voice still trembling. He wouldn't take his eyes off the bunk opening. It was tucked way back, under some old blankets we never use. It looked ancient. Dirty, cracked face, but the eyes, God, the eyes looked wet, like they were real, and they were looking right at me. A wave of nosy washed over me. Every ghost story, every horror movie cliché seemed to coalesce into this single, terrifying object. An inanimate thing imbued with malice, watching, waiting. We have to get rid of it, I said, the decision hardening my fear into resolve. Now. Mark looked at me, then back at the bunk, swallowing hard. How? I'm not going back up there. He didn't have to. As if summoned by our words, a faint scraping sound echoed from the bunk. Not the rhythmic scrape on the roof we'd grown accustomed to, but a smaller, closer sound, like tiny porcelain fingernails dragging across wood. Scritch scrape, we both froze. Then, slowly, horrifically, the edge of something pale appeared in the darkness of the bunk opening. A small, grimy hand, fingers curled, edged into view, followed by a glimpse of a faded, lace-trimmed sleeve. I screamed. A raw, visceral sound torn from my throat. Mark reacted instantly, grabbing the heavy mag light from the floor and hurling it upwards with all his strength. It struck the inside edge of the bunk opening with a loud crack. The hand vanished. The scraping stopped. Silence descended again, thicker, more menacing than before. Had we angered it? Get the keys. Mark choked out, scrambling towards the driver's seat. We're leaving. Right now. Leaving. The thought was a lifeline. We fumbled in the near darkness, Mark, jamming the key into the ignition, me frantically trying to secure loose items that might fly around, my hands shaking so badly I could barely function. The engine roared to life, the sound a jarring intrusion into the charged silence, but also the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. But as Mark slammed the gear stick into reverse, a low groan emanated from the RV itself. Not the engine, not the frame settling something deeper, more integral. The lights flickered violently, then died, plunging us into absolute darkness save for the faint glow of the dashboard instruments. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. No, no, Mark yelled, turning the key frantically. It clicked uselessly. Dead, utterly dead.
Panic clawed at me. What happened?
I don't know. It was fine.
Batteries charged, tanks full. He trailed off, his head slumping against the steering wheel. Trapped. We were utterly, completely trapped. And then the whispering started again, but it wasn't just from the bunk anymore. It seemed to come from all around us, swirling inside the RV like a cold fog. Multiple voices layered indistinct, but filled with a chilling malevolence. And among them, clearer than the rest, was the distorted mimicry of Mark's voice, and now mine too. Whispering terrible things, threats, promises of pain. Stay with us forever. You belong here now. Freddy doll wants to play. Cold spots erupted all over the cabin, raising goosebumps on my skin. The metallic smell of old blood was suddenly overpowering, gagging me. Something banged hard against the outside of the RV, then again and again circling us. It felt like fists pounding on the thin walls, the roof, the door. Mark grabbed my hand, his grip painfully tight. The door, he muttered. Check the lock. I stumbled towards the main door, my legs like lead. The lock, a simple deadbolt we always engaged at night, was unlocked. My blood ran cold. I distinctly remembered locking it before bed. I slammed the bolt across, my fingers fumbling with the cold metal. As soon as it clicked into place, something slammed against the door from the outside with enough force to make the whole RV shudder. Then from the back of the RV, near our bed, came a soft, childish giggle. We both spun around. Nothing, just shadows. But the giggle echoed, seeming to bounce off the thin walls, worming its way into my ears. It wasn't playful, it was cruel, ancient. That was the breaking point. Reason fled. Survival instinct took over. We couldn't stay inside. Whatever was outside might be terrifying, but the source, the thing controlling this nightmare, was in here with us. Or at least, its anchor was. The doll. I gasped. We have to get it out. Destroy it. Mark looked torn, terrified, but he nodded grimly. He grabbed the tire iron he kept tucked beside the driver's seat. You stay back. He approached the bunk ladder again, his movements stiff with dread. The whispering intensified, swirling around him, clawing at his resolve. The banging outside grew more frantic. He took a deep breath and started to climb, tire iron held like a weapon. As his head rose level with the bunk opening, he shone the weak beam of his phone's flashlight inside. I watched, paralyzed, from the relative safety of the galley. He reached in, his arm disappearing into the shadows. There was a rustling sound, then a muffled curse. Got it? He pulled his arm back, and clutched in his hand was the doll. Even from across the cabin, in the dim light I could see it. About 18 inches tall, porcelain face cracked and grimy, one eye socket empty and dark, the other containing a glassy blue eye that seemed to bore right through me. Its dress was filthy, tattered rags, and it felt wrong. The air around it curdled, pulsed with cold malice. Mark practically threw it onto the dinette table. Don't touch it, he warned. He raised the tire iron. The whispering reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of threats. The banging outside became a deafening roar. The RV rocked violently. Mark hurried. He brought the tire iron down hard. There was a sickening crunch of shattering porcelain. But no sooner had the iron struck than an unearthly shriek filled the RV, seeming to tear through the very air. It wasn't human. It was pure agony and rage. The temperature plummeted, frost instantly blooming on the inside of the windows. The entire RV violently lurched, throwing me against the counter. Mark staggered back, clutching his head, dropping the tire iron. The doll lay shattered on the table amongst shards of porcelain, but the single blue eye, somehow intact, rolled slightly, fixing its gaze on me. The whispering stopped abruptly. The banging ceased. An unnerving absolute silence fell, heavier and more terrifying than the noise. We didn't dare move, barely dared to breathe. Had we done it? Was it over? Slowly, Mark straightened up. He looked at the shattered remains of the doll, then at me. Relief started to dawn on his face. I think he never finished the sentence. From the dark, empty eye socket of the shattered doll head, a wisp of inky blackness began to seep out. Not smoke, but something thicker, colder. It coalesced above the table, swirling, growing, taking on a vague, shifting form that seemed to suck the very light from the cabin. It turned its face towards Mark. He didn't even have time to scream. The blackness lunged, engulfing him. I did scream then, on, scrambling backwards, tripping, falling. I watched, helpless, as the darkness pulsed, writhed, and then, with a sound like rushing wind, it shot upwards, back into the cab over bunk, vanishing into the shadows. Mark was gone. Simply gone. No body, no trace. Just the lingering cold and the shattered remains of the doll on the table, its single blue eye staring blankly at the ceiling. The RV's lights flickered back on. The engine turned over on the first try. The door locks clicked open. I don't remember driving. It's a blur of terror, tears, and the horrifying emptiness of the passenger seat beside me. I drove until the sun came up, until I hit a main highway, until the RV finally sputtered out of gas on the shoulder miles from anywhere I recognized. They found me there hours later, catatonic, huddled in the driver's seat, unable to explain the shattered doll, the missing husband, the frost still clinging to the inside of the windows on a temperate morning. The RV was impounded. Eventually, it was auctioned off. Someone else's problem now, or maybe not. Maybe it stayed with the wreckage of the doll, or maybe it's still attached to the RV, waiting for its next occupants. I don't know. I don't want to know. I told the police what I could, but who would believe it? They called it a breakdown, a psychotic episode brought on by stress. Mark, they concluded, must have wandered off into the woods during one of my episodes and gotten lost. They searched, but they never found him. So yes, my name was Jessica White, but that woman died in that RV, somewhere in the Oregon woods. I'm just what's left. Someone who sleeps with the lights on, who jumps at whispers on the wind, who can never quite escape the feeling of being watched by a single, glassy blue eye, or the suffocating memory of swirling blackness where her husband used to be. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear a faint scraping sound far away. Or maybe it's just the branches brushing against the roof. Maybe. My name is David Lee. My wife, Sarah, and I always dreamed of the big one, the Alaska trip. Not flying in, not a cruise ship dumping us onto a dock for 6 hours. We wanted the real Alaska, the raw, unfiltered wilderness you only get by driving the legendary Alaska Highway, the AL can. We saved for years, bought a used but sturdy Class C motorhome we affectionately nicknamed the Wanderer, and spent months planning routes, stocking supplies, learning basic RV maintenance. We weren't complete novices. We'd done shorter trips through the Rockies, camped in national parks across the lower 48. But Alaska felt different. Bigger, wilder, more final, somehow. The drive up through Canada was breathtaking, long stretches of highway carving through endless forests and past mountains that seemed scraped against the sky. By the time we crossed the border into Alaska itself, there was a palpable shift. The air felt colder, cleaner. The landscape, if possible, grew even more immense, more humbling. Towns became scarcer, dots on a map separated by vast tracts of nothing but spruce rivers and silence. A profound, heavy silence that pressed in on the walls of the RV when we stopped for the night. We were heading towards Fairbanks, having just passed through Talk, a town that felt like the last real outpost before plunging deeper into the interior. It was late afternoon, the Alaskan summer sun still high in the sky, painting everything in that strange, perpetual golden hour light. We needed a break, a place to stretch our legs, and maybe make dinner before finding a spot to park for the night. We saw a designated pull off, larger than most, overlooking a wide, braided river valley choked with gravel bars and stunted trees. Another RV was already there, an older, slightly battered but clearly well-maintained Class A behemoth. As we pulled in, the door of the other RV opened, and a man stepped out, waving broadly. He looked like he was carved from the Alaskan landscape itself, weathered face, thick gray beard, flannel shirt despite the mild temperature. His wife followed him out, smaller, with bright, bird-like eyes and silver hair tied back in a practical bun. "Howdy, folks," pulling in for the view. The man boomed, his voice friendly. We introduced ourselves, David and Sarah Lee. They were Jim and Martha Henderson. Turns out, they were practically A.L. Sam royalty, having driven the highway more times than they could count, both summer and winter, over the last 30 years. They were heading south this time, back towards Haines to catch a ferry. First time. Up. Martha asked, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she smiled. She had a thermos in her hand and offered us coffee, which we gratefully accepted. It was strong and hot, chasing away the slight chill that always seemed to linger in the Alaskan air, even in July. We chatted for a good hour, standing there by the gravel edge, the vast, indifferent landscape stretching out before us. They shared stories of breakdowns in the middle of nowhere, encounters with grizzlies, the sheer, unbelievable beauty of the northern lights in winter. They were warm, open, exactly the kind of seasoned travelers you hope to meet on the road. They inspected the wanderer with knowing eyes, nodding approval at our setup, offering a few tips about managing condensation and conserving water. But as the conversation flowed, a subtle shift occurred. Jim's friendly demeanor took on a slightly more serious tone. He leaned against the side of their RV, crossing his arms. "You folks heading north, then, towards Fairbanks, Denali?" he asked, his gaze drifting towards the seemingly endless road ahead. "That's the plan," I confirmed. "Looking forward to seeing Denali." Jim nodded slowly. "It's beautiful country, like nothing else on Earth. But you gotta respect it. Especially," he paused, looking from me to Sarah, "the long stretches." Sarah tilted her head. "The long stretches." Martha took a sip from her own mug, her earlier smile fading slightly. "He means the sections between towns, dear. Talk to Delta Junction, Delta to Fairbanks, Fairbanks up towards the park. There's not much out there. Services are few and far between. No cell signal for hours, sometimes days. But ain't just about being prepared for a breakdown, though that's part of it." Jim continued, his voice lowering slightly. "It's the emptiness. It does things to people. Plays tricks on your eyes, on your mind. You drive for hours, seeing nothing but trees and road and trees. The silence gets loud, if you know what I mean." I nodded, trying to show I understood, though a prickle of unease ran down my spine. It sounded a bit like standard road fatigue advice, but the way he said it, the look in his eyes, it felt heavier. "Things can happen out there," Jim said, his gaze distant. "People get turned around, lost. Sometimes folks just vanish on those long stretches. Folks who knew the road, knew the risks." Martha placed a hand gently on his arm. "Now, Jim, don't go scaring them." He shook his head, though his expression didn't lighten. "Just saying. Gotta keep your wits about you. Don't stop for strangers. Not unless they're clearly in distress, and even then, be careful. Don't linger too long in one spot if it feels wrong. Trust your gut. If the silence starts feeling watchful, move on." His words hung in the air, contrasting sharply with the stunning, sunlit panorama around us. The friendly campfire story vibe had evaporated, replaced by something colder, more ominous. Sarah shifted uncomfortably beside me. "We appreciate the warning, Jim," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We're pretty cautious." Good. He grunted. He seemed to shake himself slightly, his broad smile returning, though it didn't quite reach his eyes this time. "Well,
Don't let old Jim spook ya.
it's 99% beauty, 1% watch. You're back." Just then, a medium-sized dog, some kind of scruffy terrier mix, trotted out from behind their RV, tail wagging tentatively. "Ah, there's Bandit," Martha cooed, bending down to scratch his ears. "He's our traveling companion. Getting on in years, but still loves the road." Bandit seemed friendly enough, sniffing around our ankles before settling down at Martha's feet. We chatted a little longer, the conversation drifting back to safer topics: road conditions, good fishing spots, the best places to see moose. As dusk finally began to creep in, tinting the sky purple and orange, we agreed to share the pull off for the night. It felt safer somehow having the experienced Hendersons nearby, despite Jim's unsettling warnings. They retreated into their RV, the generator humming to life, casting a warm glow from their windows. We cooked dinner in our own rig, the smell of frying onions and garlic a comforting normalcy against the vast backdrop. We could hear the faint murmur of their television, the occasional bark from Bandit. We turned in relatively early, exhausted from the long driving day. The silence outside felt immense, broken only by the distant rush of the river and the low hum of the Hendersons' generator. I remember thinking about Jim's words, the long stretches. The silence gets loud, watchful. It felt a little melodramatic in the safety of our locked RV, but still a sliver of unease remained. I slept fitfully, dreams filled with endless roads, and watching eyes I couldn't quite see. The first thing I noticed when I woke was the silence. Not the usual wilderness silence, but a lack of sound. The Hendersons' generator wasn't running. That struck me as odd. They'd seem like the types to keep it going for coffee and heating in the cool morning. I pulled back the curtain. Bright daylight flooded in. The spot where the Hendersons' massive Class A had been parked was empty. Completely empty. Just tire tracks in the gravel. "Sarah," I whispered, shaking her awake. "They're gone." She sat bolt upright, instantly awake, her eyes wide. "What? Gone where?" They didn't say they were leaving early. We both scrambled out of bed and quickly dressed. Stepping outside into the crisp morning air confirmed it. No RV. No Jim. No Martha. It was as if they'd evaporated overnight. Maybe they just got a really early start. Sarah suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. Wanted to beat traffic. Traffic. Out here. We walked over to where their rig had been. The gravel was disturbed. Clear indentations showing where their tires and leveling jacks had rested. No sign of struggle, no scattered belongings. Just absence. And then Sarah gasped. "David, look." Sitting right in the middle of the space they'd occupied, perfectly still, was Bandit. The scruffy terrier mix just sat there, looking up at us with sad, confused eyes. He whined softly, a low, mournful sound. "Bandit, what are you doing here, boy?" I asked, approaching him slowly. He didn't back away, just watched me, tail giving a single, uncertain thump against the gravel. He was wearing the same simple leather collar we'd seen yesterday. But as I got closer, kneeling down, my blood ran cold. Something was scratched, gouged crudely into the surface of the leather, partially obscuring the worn metal tag where the dog's name and the Hendersons' number probably used to be. It wasn't neat lettering. It looked like it had been done hastily, maybe with a sharp rock or a knife point. Scratched into the collar were two words: David, Sarah, our names. The crudely scratched names on the dog collar seemed to burn themselves onto my retinas. My breath hitched. Beside me, Sarah made a choked sound, stumbling back a step, her hand flying to her mouth. Bandit just sat there whining softly, looking between us with those impossibly sad eyes, the physical proof of an unthinkable message dangling from his neck. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "No, this can't be real." I reached out slowly, my hand shaking, and unclipped the collar. Bandit didn't resist, just lowered his head slightly. I turned the leather over and over in my hand. The scratches were deep, jagged. Definitely not accidental wear and tear. Someone had carved our names into this dog's collar. Why? Was it a warning? A threat? A twisted marker left by whatever had happened to Jim and Martha Henderson? My mind raced, trying to process the implications. They hadn't just left. They wouldn't abandon their dog, not seasoned travelers like them. And they certainly wouldn't deface his collar with our names. Something had taken them. Overnight, silently. And whatever it was, it knew who we were. It knew we were here. What do we do? Sarah's voice was barely audible, raw with panic. Her eyes darted around the empty pull-off, scanning the silent trees, the vast, indifferent river valley. Suddenly, the stunning beauty of the Alaskan wilderness felt suffocating, menacing. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rustle of leaves in the slight breeze sounded like footsteps. We need to call the police. The troopers, I said, trying to inject a calm I didn't feel into my voice. I fumbled for my phone, already knowing it was useless. No service, of course. We were miles from talk, miles from anywhere with a reliable signal. We have to go back. Sarah insisted. Back to talk. Tell someone what happened. Going back felt wrong. Instinctively wrong. Talk was hours behind us. Hours of driving back towards what? The place the Hendersons disappeared. What if whatever took them was still nearby? What if they were waiting? Jim's words echoed in my head. Don't linger too long in one spot. If it feels wrong, if the silence starts feeling watchful, move on. This place felt profoundly wrong now. The silence was screaming. No, I said, making a decision fueled more by gut feeling than logic. We keep going, towards Fairbanks. It's a bigger place, more state troopers, more resources. Going back, it feels like going towards the danger. Besides, the Hendersons were heading south. Whatever happened likely occurred after they left this spot, or because they were here. If we stayed or went back, were we putting ourselves in the same path? Sarah looked horrified. Go on. Into those long stretches Jim warned us about. After this. She gestured wildly at the collar in my hand, then at Bandit, who had crept closer and was now leaning against my leg, shivering slightly despite the daylight. What choice do we have, Sarah? Sit here and wait? For what? For whoever did this to come back. The image of those crudely scratched names solidified my resolve. This wasn't random. This was targeted. When we get in the RV, we lock the doors, and we drive. We don't stop unless we absolutely have to, and we make it to Fairbanks as fast as possible. Reluctantly, she agreed. The alternative staying put in this exposed, suddenly terrifying place was worse. We coaxed Bandit into the RV. He jumped in readily enough, immediately curling up on the floor mat behind the passenger seat, watching the door with wary eyes. I slipped the horrifying collar into my pocket, a heavy, chilling weight. We didn't bother with breakfast. We didn't bother tidying up. We just got the Wanderer started, the engine's roar sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet morning, and pulled back onto the ale can, heading north. The empty space where the Hendersons' RV had sat felt like a gaping wound in the landscape. The drive was agony. Every mile felt loaded with menace. The endless spruce forests lining the road no longer seemed majestic. They felt like walls, hiding unseen watchers. The vast sky felt oppressive. Sarah sat rigidly in the passenger seat, scanning the trees, jumping at every flicker of movement, a bird taking flight, a branch swaying in the wind. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles were white, my eyes constantly flicking between the road ahead and the rearview mirrors. Was that car behind us the same one we'd seen an hour ago? Did that flicker of motion in the dense woods mean anything? Paranoia coiled tight in my stomach. Jim's warnings played on a loop in my mind. Emptiness does things to people, plays tricks on your eyes, the silence gets loud. Bandit remained curled up, mostly silent, but occasionally he'd lift his head, ears perked, and let out a low, guttural growl directed at nothing we could see outside the window. Each time he did it, the hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. Did he sense something we couldn't? Was he remembering whatever horror he'd witnessed last night? We drove through Delta Junction without stopping, just pausing long enough at the edge of town to find a single bar of cell signal weak, flickering, but there. I called 911, my voice tight, explaining the situation, the missing couple, the dog, the collar. The dispatcher sounded distant, slightly skeptical. Vanishing RVers weren't entirely unheard of, apparently. People broke down, got stuck, decided to go off grid. But the detail about the collar that seemed to get their attention. They took our names, our RV description, our direction of travel. They promised to alert troopers in the area, check the pull off near talk, maybe put out a notice for the Hendersons' rig. But the connection was unstable, cutting in and out. Units are spread thin. Vast area. Do you have the collar? I confirmed I did. Keep driving towards Fairbanks. Report in person if anything changes. The line went dead. We were back on our own, the brief contact offering little comfort. Units spread thin. Vast area. We were a tiny speck moving through an enormous, indifferent wilderness, possibly targeted by something unknown. North of Delta Junction, the landscape opened up even more. This was truly one of the long stretches. Hours passed with no sign of civilization, just the endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through Tega and Muskeg. The sky was huge and gray now, the earlier sun hidden behind a low, oppressive cloud ceiling. The silence pressed in again, heavier than before. We needed gas. The needle was dipping towards a quarter tank, and the next known station was still a couple of hours away, according to our map. We reluctantly pulled into a deserted wayside stop, a small gravel loop beside a murky-looking lake choked with reeds. There was nobody else around. The air felt heavy still. "Just a quick stop," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "I'll check the tires, use the restroom. You stay here, keep the doors locked." Sarah nodded, her face pale. Bandit whined nervously as I opened the door. "Stay, boy," I commanded, hoping he'd listen. The silence here was absolute. No birdsong, no wind, just the faint lapping of water against the reedy shore and the buzzing of insects. The hair on my arms prickled. It felt wrong, stagnant, watchful. I quickly checked the tires, glancing constantly over my shoulder at the dense woods surrounding the pool off. As I headed towards the primitive outhouse structure, tucked back near the tree line, I saw something metallic glinting near the edge of the gravel, half hidden by weeds. Curiosity overriding caution for a moment, I walked over. It was a thermos. A stainless steel thermos dented and scratched lying on its side. It looked familiar. My stomach clenched. It looked exactly like the thermos Martha Henderson had been carrying yesterday when she offered us coffee. I bent down, my heart pounding. There, lying next to the thermos, almost hidden in the grass, was a single muddy boot. A woman's hiking boot. It looked like Martha's size. My blood turned to ice. They hadn't just vanished from the pool off near Talk. Something had happened here. Or they had been brought here. This wasn't just a random disappearance. It felt like a trail leading where? And why leave these specific items? Suddenly, Bandit erupted inside the RV, not just growling frantic, furious barking. He was throwing himself against the passenger side window, snarling at something outside, something towards the lake. I spun around, eyes scanning the shoreline, the reeds, the water. I saw nothing, just the gray sky, the dark water, the silent trees. But Bandit's barking was terrifying, primal. He saw something, or sensed it.
David, get back here!
No.
Sarah screamed from inside the RV, her voice high with terror. I didn't need telling twice. I sprinted back, leaving the thermos and the boot where they lay, yanked open the RV door, and scrambled inside, slamming and locking it behind me. Bandit was still going crazy, barking ferociously at the passenger window, his body rigid, hackles raised. Sarah was pressed back against her seat, staring wide-eyed at the same spot outside. What is it? What did you see?" I gasped, peering out the window Bandit was focused on. Still nothing. Just the still, gray landscape. "I don't know," Sarah stammered, tears streaming down her face. Bandit just started barking, and I looked and I thought I saw something move by the water, tall and thin, just for a second. Then it was gone. Bandit finally subsided, his barking turning into low, threatening growls, his gaze still fixed on the spot by the lake. The silence rushed back in, thick and suffocating. We sat there, hearts hammering, staring out at the empty, watchful wilderness, the image of the thermos and the single boot burning in my mind. We weren't just driving away from a mystery. We were driving right into the heart of it. And something out there, in the long stretches, knew we were coming. I didn't need Sarah's terrified urging or Bandit's frantic state to tell me we had to leave that lakeside pool, off immediately. I slammed the RV into drive, tires spitting gravel, fishtailing slightly as we lurched back onto the highway, leaving the ominous stillness, the thermos, and the single boot behind us. My heart felt like it was trying to hammer its way out of my chest. Sarah's glimpse of something tall and thin, by the water, combined with Bandit's pure terror, painted a picture I didn't want to fully imagine. "Did you see it again?" I asked, my voice strained, eyes darting between the road and the mirrors. "No," she whispered, still trembling. "It was just gone, like it dissolved into the reeds." Bandit had finally quieted, but he remained pressed against my leg near the driver's seat, emitting low, continuous growls, his gaze fixed on the passenger side window towards the receding lake. He knew something was out there. He'd seen it before. Maybe last night with Jim and Martha. The rest of the drive towards Fairbanks was a blur of adrenaline, fueled hypervigilance. Every mile marker felt like a small victory, every oncoming vehicle a potential threat until it passed. The clouds remained low and oppressive, casting the vast landscape in shades of gray and deep green. The silence, when Bandit wasn't growling, felt thick with unspoken menace. We didn't talk much, conserving our energy, trapped in our own terrified thoughts. Were we being hunted? Or herded? The scratched names on the collar, the deliberately placed items belonging to the Hendersons. It didn't feel random. It felt like a game, a cruel breadcrumb trail laid by something malevolent, and we were the unwilling participants. Jim's warnings about the long stretches weren't just about isolation, they were about exposure. Out here, you were exposed to more than just the elements. As dusk began its slow creep across the immense sky, that weird, lingering Alaskan twilight, the trees seemed to press closer to the road. Shadows stretched and wreathed in our peripheral vision. Twice I swore I saw movement paralleling us. Deep in the woods, something tall and unnaturally slender slipping between the spruce trunks. But when I focused, there was nothing. Tricks of the light, fatigue, or was Sarah's tall, thin thing pacing us? We needed to stop. We were both exhausted, running on fumes and fear. Pulling over on the side of the highway felt unthinkable, but continuing to drive in our state felt equally dangerous. Reluctantly, we found another designated pull-off, this one smaller, more exposed, but seemingly empty. I parked the Wanderer so the headlights illuminated the road ahead and the area directly in front of us. "Just for a few hours," I said, my voice hoarse. "We lock everything. Nobody goes outside. We rest in shifts." Sarah nodded mutely, her face etched with exhaustion and dread. Bandit paced nervously in the small space, whining, occasionally scratching at the door. We forced down some protein bars and water, the simple act of eating feeling alien. The silence outside was absolute, terrifying. No crickets, no frogs, no wind, just nothing. It felt like the world was holding its breath. I took the first watch. Sarah curled up on the dinette bench, Bandit lying protectively at her feet, though neither looked truly restful. I sat in the driver's seat, staring into the encroaching darkness beyond the reach of our headlights, the defaced dog collar heavy in my pocket. I kept touching it, the rough scratches a grounding, terrifying reminder. David, Sarah, an hour passed. 2, nothing but the oppressive silence and the straining beat of my own heart. Then Bandit lifted his head, a low growl vibrating in his chest. His eyes were fixed on the driver's side mirror. I leaned forward, peering into the small rectangle reflecting the darkness behind us. At first, I saw nothing but the faint outline of the empty highway receding into blackness. Then movement. Far back, at the edge of visibility, 2 pinpricks of light, no, not lights, reflections. Eye sheen. They were low to the ground, reflecting the faint ambient light. Too far apart, too steady to be an animal I recognized. My blood ran cold. They weren't moving closer, just watching, waiting. Bandit's growl deepened. He stood up, hackles raised. Suddenly, a soft thump sounded against the side of the RV, near the back. Sarah gasped awake, sitting bolt upright. What was that? Bandit let out a sharp bark. Another thump, harder this time, against the roof. It sounded like something heavy had landed up there. Then, a scraping sound like claws or fingernails, dragging slowly across the fiberglass roof. Panic surged, hot and acidic. We were trapped in a metal box while something thin thing, something else, was on us. Bandit was barking wildly now, throwing himself towards the ceiling.
Drive!
Sarah screamed. David, just drive. My hands fumbled with the keys, slick with sweat. The engine roared to life, shattering the silence. I slammed the gear stick into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The RV lurched forward, tires spinning on the loose gravel before finding purchase on the asphalt. The scraping intensified, moving towards the front of the roof. Something heavy shifted above us. Were they trying to get in? Through the roof vent. I swerved erratically, hoping to dislodge whatever was up there. The RV rocked violently. Then came a sound that will haunt me forever, a high, pitched, clicking shriek that seemed to vibrate through the vehicle's frame, cutting through Bandit's barks and Sarah's terrified sobs. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human. It was utterly alien, filled with cold, sharp malice. Suddenly, there was a tremendous thud as something heavy rolled off the roof and hit the highway behind us. I didn't dare look in the mirror. I just drove, pushing the Wanderer faster than I ever thought it could go, the engine whining in protest, trees blurring into solid green walls on either side. We didn't slow down until the first faint lights of Fairbanks appeared on the horizon, a weak glow against the dark sky like a promise of sanctuary. Only then did I ease off the accelerator, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. Sarah was crying silently, clutching Bandit, who had finally fallen quiet, shivering violently against her. We drove straight to the Alaska State Troopers post in Fairbanks. It felt surreal, pulling our battered RV into the normalcy of a lit parking lot, seeing uniformed officers moving with purpose. We probably looked insane, wild, eyed, disheveled, babbling about missing RVers, a dog collar with our names scratched on it, things on the roof, inhuman shrieks in the night. They listened patiently, though I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They took our statement. They took the collar, bagging it as evidence, handling it carefully. They confirmed they'd sent a trooper to the pull off near Talk. It was empty, just as we'd left it, aside from some disturbed gravel. No sign of the Hendersons or their rig. They hadn't found the thermos or the boot at the other wayside stop. Perhaps we'd imagined it in our panic. Or perhaps something had tidied up. They put out a wider alert for Jim and Martha Henderson and their Class ARV. Missing persons in Alaska weren't uncommon, they reminded us gently. The wilderness was vast, people got lost, had accidents, chose to disappear. But the caller, they admitted the caller was bizarre. Disturbing, they had no explanation for it. We stayed in Fairbanks for 2 days, huddled in a cheap motel room, jumping at every noise. We couldn't bring ourselves to sleep in the RV again. Bandit stayed with us, a furry, traumatized shadow. The troopers had no updates. The Hendersons, their RV, whatever we encountered on the long stretch, vanished without a trace, absorbed by the immense Alaskan wilderness. We couldn't stay. The thought of driving the Wanderer any further, especially back south through those same stretches, was unbearable. We arranged to have the RV shipped back to the lower 48. We bought plane tickets. Bandit cleared to fly in cargo after a rushed vet visit. Leaving Alaska felt like escaping, but there was no relief. The weight of the wilderness, the memory of the Hendersons, the feel of those crude scratches on the collar, the sound of that shriek, it came with us. We never found out what happened to Jim and Martha Henderson. They remained missing. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I pull out the photos from our trip. The majestic mountains, the stunning glaciers, our smiling faces at the start of the journey, blissfully unaware. Then I see the picture Sarah took of us with the Hendersons at that pull off near Talk. Friendly, experienced travelers, warning us about the dangers, unaware they were hours away from becoming another story, whispered about the Ale Camp. Jim warned us about the long stretches, about the emptiness playing tricks on your mind. But what if it's not a trick? What if the emptiness isn't empty at all? What if it's waiting, watching? What if it gets hungry? We met the Hendersons near Talk. They vanished overnight. All that was left was their dog and a message meant for us. We were lucky. We got away. But I know deep in my bones, something ancient and patient resides in those vast, silent spaces, and it remembers our names. My name is Amanda Johnson, and before last fall, I would have told you the scariest thing about Alaska was the possibility of stumbling between a mama moose and her calf, or maybe getting caught unprepared by a whiteout squall above the tree line. I've lived in the lower 48 my whole life, mostly Midwest flatlands and East Coast forests that felt downright tame compared to this place. Coming up to Seward for a seasonal job was supposed to be an adventure, a way to save some money, working the tourist boom, and spend my off hours exploring landscapes that looked like they were ripped from a National Geographic centerfold. And for the first couple of months, it was exactly that. I worked at one of the bigger tour companies down by the small boat harbor, checking people in for glacier cruises and wildlife spotting trips. It wasn't glamorous, mostly dealing with sunburned tourists, asking if they'd guarantee seeing a whale, but it paid decent tips and left my afternoons and days off free. That's when I'd hit the trails. Seward is surrounded by them, paths wending up mountains, through dense coastal rainforests, alongside rushing rivers choked with salmon. Places like Exit Glacier, Lost Lake, Mount Marathon, names that hinted at the raw, untamed nature of the Kenai Peninsula. I'm not an expert hiker, not by any stretch. I had decent boots, bear spray I prayed I'd never have to use, and enough common sense to stick to marked trails, pack layers, and let someone know roughly where I was going. Mostly, I hiked alone. It was my way of decompressing after hours of forced smiles and answering the same questions over and over. Out there, with just the sound of my own breathing, the wind soughing through the sitka spruce, and the distant cry of an eagle, I felt like I could finally think. The scale of everything, the mountains plunging into the sea, the vastness of the Harding icefield lurking just beyond the visible peaks, it put my own small worries into perspective. The first time I saw one, I barely registered it. I was hiking the Tensina Creek Trail, a relatively easy path that follows the coastline through moss-draped trees. It was late August, the fireweed blooming in vibrant pink swaths along the drier patches. Tucked into the crook of a low, hanging alder branch, almost hidden by leaves, was a small figure, maybe 4 inches tall. It was just a few rough twigs, lashed together with something thin and fibrous, almost translucent. It vaguely resembled a person, a stick for the body, 2 for legs, 2 for arms, a slightly thicker piece for a head. It looked like something a kid would make during a boring afternoon in the woods. I probably wouldn't have noticed it at all if a Steller's jay hadn't squawked indignantly from that very branch as I passed. I glanced up, saw the little stick figure, mentally shrugged weird trail art, maybe, and kept walking. A week later, I was exploring a section of the Lost Lake Trail. It's a longer hike, climbing up into alpine meadows, but I'd only planned on doing the first few miles through the forest. It was cloudier that day, the air heavy with the damp scent of decaying leaves and rich earth. About 2 miles in, where the trail narrows and the trees press closer, I saw another one. This one was jammed into a thick carpet of moss growing on a fallen log, right beside the path. It was almost identical to the first crude twigs, bound with that same sinewy fiber. But this time I paused. I looked closer. The sinew wasn't twine or string. It looked organic. Pale, slightly stiff, like dried tendon or gut. Where would someone even get that? Roadkill? Hunting scraps? It was unsettling. And then I noticed something else. One of the stick arms was longer than the other, and it was angled distinctly off the trail, pointing deeper into the dense, dark woods to my left, towards a section where there was no path visible at all. Coincidence, I told myself, just the way the twigs happened to be tied. Someone's odd hobby. I tried to shake off the prickle of unease. This was Alaska. People did weird stuff out in the bush. Maybe it was some kind of local tradition. A marker for a secret hunting spot or berry patch, though it seemed counterintuitive to advertise it right on the main trail. I snapped a quick picture with my phone, mostly to prove to myself later that I hadn't imagined the creepy little thing, and continued my hike, though the woods suddenly felt a little darker, the silence a little heavier. The third time, there was no denying the pattern. I was on a different trail entirely, one heading up towards Mount Marathon, not the infamous race trail, but a gentler path that switched back through alder thickets. I was maybe halfway to the tree line when I spotted it, propped against a rock cairn that marked a switchback turn, another stick figure. Same construction, same sinew bindings. And this one was undeniably posed. Its twig arms were raised and its head tilted, pointing directly across the slope, away from the marked trail into a dense stand of spruce where the undergrowth looked particularly thick and tangled. Okay, this wasn't kids. This wasn't random. 3 different trails, miles apart, same creepy construction, same deliberate pointing away from safety into the wilderness. My heart started beating a little faster. It felt less like trail art and more like something else. A warning, an invitation. The sinew binding seemed particularly gruesome now. Imagining someone carefully stripping and drying animal tendon just to tie these little effigies together. I spent the rest of that hike constantly scanning the woods around me, jumping at every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. The vast, beautiful wilderness I loved suddenly felt menacing, watchful. Had someone seen me notice the figures? Were they watching me right now? I finished the hike early, practically jogging the last mile back to the trailhead, the canister of bear spray feeling woefully inadequate in my sweaty palm. Over the next few weeks, I saw them more frequently. Never on the parts of the trails closest to the road, always deeper in, maybe a mile or 2 from the trailhead. Always positioned subtly but clearly. Always made of the same materials. And always pointing off the established path deeper into the woods towards areas that looked darker, quieter, less traveled. Sometimes they pointed towards steep ravines, other times into impenetrable alder thickets, or simply into anonymous stretches of deep forest where sunlight struggled to reach the floor. I started asking around, casually, trying not to sound like I was losing my mind. I'd mention weird little stick figures. To my coworkers, other hikers I met, the grizzled old guy who ran the gear shop. Most just shrugged. Probably kids, was the common refrain. One older woman, a Tlingit elder who sometimes sold beadwork near the harbor, just gave me a long, searching look and said quietly, "Some paths aren't meant for walking, girl. Best leave them be." That sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn air. My rational mind screamed at me to listen to her, to stick to the popular trails, to maybe take up kayaking instead. But another part of me, the part that brought me to Alaska in the first place, the part that craved the unknown, was morbidly curious. Who was making these? Why? And the biggest question, the one that whispered in the back of my mind during quiet moments, what were they pointing to? Against my better judgment, against the instinctive warnings prickling my skin whenever I saw one, the urge to follow them started to grow. It felt like a hook, baited with morbid curiosity and snagged deep in my gut. One particularly gray, drizzly afternoon in late September, when the tourist season was winding down and a pervasive sense of melancholy had settled over Seward, I found myself back on the Tensina Creek Trail. About a mile in, tucked beside a weathered trail marker, was another figure. This one seemed newer, the sinew almost glistening faintly in the damp air. It pointed directly off the path, down a barely discernible game trail that vanished into a wall of dripping salmonberry bushes and shadowed spruce. My hand hovered over my bear spray. My breath hitched. Every instinct told me to turn back. But I didn't. I took a deep breath, pushed aside a wet branch, and stepped off the trail, following where the silent little figure directed. The moment I stepped off the maintained trail, the forest changed. It wasn't just the physical act of pushing through wet salmonberry leaves that snagged at my rain jacket or the uneven ground hidden beneath slippery layers of fallen foliage. The feel of the place shifted. The sounds of the nearby creek seemed to fade instantly, muffled by the sheer density of the undergrowth. The air grew still and heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying wood, and something else, a faint, musky scent, almost like wet fur, but with a cloying undertone that turned my stomach. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden silence. This was stupid. Monumentally, potentially fatally stupid. I was alone off trail, following creepy breadcrumbs left by who knows what into the Alaskan wilderness. I had my bear spray, a half-charged phone with no signal, and a growing certainty that I'd made a terrible mistake. I almost turned back right then, picturing the easy, marked path just a few yards away. But the image of that little stick figure, perched so deliberately, pointing so insistently, flashed in my mind. The question, what was it pointing to, echoed louder than my fear. I scanned the dense woods ahead. The game trail was barely visible, more a suggestion of passage than a clear path, twisting between massive spruce trunks and disappearing into shadow. Taking another shaky breath, I pushed deeper. Progress was slow. Branches whipped at my face, unseen roots tried to trip me, and the thick moss underfoot often concealed boggy patches that sucked at my boots. Every few minutes I'd stop, listening intently, straining my ears for any sound, another hiker, an animal, anything. But there was nothing. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, not even the buzz of insects. It was an unnatural silence, the kind that presses in on you, making the blood rush in your ears. After maybe 10 minutes of pushing through the dense woods, doubt began to claw at me again. Had I lost the faint trail? Was I just wandering aimlessly now? Was that first figure just a random anomaly, and I was now truly lost? I stopped, turning in a slow circle, feeling a prickle of panic. The trees looked the same in every direction, tall, dark, indifferent. The gray, overcast sky was barely visible through the thick canopy. Just as the panic threatened to overwhelm me, I saw it. About 20 feet ahead, lodged in the bark of a fallen hemlock, was another figure. This one was slightly larger than the others, maybe 6 inches tall, and the sinew binding seemed tighter, more intricate. Its posture was different too. It wasn't just pointing, it looked like it was crouching, peering ahead into the gloom, and its single extended arm pointed further along the faint trail, which seemed slightly more defined here, as if something heavier or more deliberate had passed this way recently. Relief warred with a fresh wave of dread. I wasn't lost. I was definitely being led. The musky smell seemed stronger here, and I noticed the moss around the base of the hemlock looked disturbed, trampled down in a way that didn't look like deer or moose tracks. The footprints, if that's what they were indistinct, blurred by the dampness, but they seemed too wide, too oddly spaced for any animal I knew. I kept going, the silence broken only by my own ragged breathing and the swish of my clothes against the wet foliage. Every 50 yards or so, I'd find another figure. Each one was subtly different. One seemed to be hanging from a low branch by a loop of sinew around its neck. Another was impaled on a sharp, broken twig sticking out of the ground. They weren't just markers anymore. They felt like warnings, or perhaps grim trophies marking a territory. The crude, childlike quality I'd initially perceived was gone, replaced by something that felt older, more menacing, imbued with a primitive, unsettling energy. The terrain started to slope downwards more steeply, leading into a shallow ravine choked with ferns and devil's club. The air grew noticeably colder here, pockets of unnatural chill clinging to the shadows. I had to slide down parts of the slope, grabbing onto roots and branches to keep my balance. The strange musky odor was pervasive now, thick in the cold air. I found another figure at the bottom, jammed into the muddy bank of a stagnant-looking stream. This one was broken, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles, but its head still pointed resolutely across the murky water towards the opposite bank. Hesitantly, I found a place to cross, stepping on slick, moss-covered stones. The water was icy cold, seeping into my boots. As I scrambled up the other side, pushing through thorny devil's club that tore at my sleeves, I felt it, the distinct, prickling sensation of being watched. I froze, scanning the dense woods around me. Nothing moved. The silence remained absolute. But the feeling was undeniable, a weight pressing on the back of my neck, raising the hairs on my arms. It wasn't just the generalized anxiety I'd felt earlier. This was specific, focused. Something was aware of me. Something was tracking my progress. Was it the person leaving the figures? Or something else? The creator or the thing they were pointing towards? My hand tightened on the bear spray canister, my thumb resting on the trigger. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive quiet. Was anyone there? Only the silence answered. But the feeling of being watched didn't lessen. If anything, it intensified, feeling closer now. I forced myself to move, pushing through the undergrowth with renewed urgency, desperate to reach whatever destination this path led to, or perhaps just desperate to get out of this suffocating ravine. The game trail climbed steeply out of the gully, winding through a stand of ancient-looking spruce trees whose lower branches were draped in thick curtains of old man's beard moss, blocking out what little light filtered down. It felt like stepping into twilight. And here, the figures changed again. They were larger now, almost a foot tall, and constructed with more care, using thicker branches bound with wider strips of that pale, fibrous sinew. They weren't just pointing, they seemed to be guarding the path, placed on either side like sentinels. Their twig heads seemed tilted, as if observing me as I passed between them. The path leveled out, opening slightly. Ahead, through the gloom, I could see a break in the trees. Not a sunlit meadow, but an area where the canopy seemed thinner, allowing a diffuse, gray light to penetrate. The ground here was strangely barren, covered in a thick layer of brown pine needles, but little else grew. The musky smell was almost overpowering, and in the center of this small, unnaturally quiet clearing stood the final marker. It wasn't another stick figure, it was a structure. A crude archway, maybe 7 feet tall, made of thick branches lashed together with huge amounts of sinew. More stick figures, dozens of them, varying in size, hung from the arch like grotesque ornaments, twisting slowly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Some were broken, some impaled, some seemed to be arranged in mocking poses. It looked like a pagan gateway, a threshold to someplace deeply wrong. Beneath the arch, the ground was bare dirt, scuffed and disturbed, and leading through the arch, continuing into the deeper shadows beyond, were tracks. Not human tracks. Not animal tracks I recognized. They were large, oddly shaped depressions in the dirt, spaced too far apart, suggesting something that moved with an unnatural gait. I stood there, maybe 30 feet away, frozen. My breath plumed in the cold air. The silence was absolute. The feeling of being watched was crushing, and the archway pulsed with a silent, malevolent energy. This was it. This was what the figures had led me to. Someplace unnatural. Someplace ancient and wrong, hidden deep in the woods. And then I heard it, from the shadows beyond the archway. A soft sound, barely audible, but it cut through the silence like a razor. A low, guttural clicking, wet and rhythmic. It wasn't an animal sound. It wasn't human. It was the sound of something alien, something other. And the moment I registered the sound, it stopped. The silence slammed back in, heavier than before. But now I knew. Whatever was in there, whatever this place belonged to, it knew I was here. It had been waiting, and it knew I was coming. Silence. The clicking stopped as abruptly as it began, leaving a vacuum so profound it felt like the air pressure had dropped. My blood ran cold, turning to ice water in my veins. Every nerve ending screamed. It knew. That wasn't just paranoia anymore, not just the fear of the unknown woods. That clicking sound and the sudden, deliberate silence that followed my presence being known, that was confirmation. Whatever lurked beyond that grotesque archway of sticks, and Sinew was aware, intelligent in some alien way, and it had registered my arrival. It had been waiting. For a heartbeat, I was completely frozen, locked in place by primal terror. My eyes were fixed on the archway, straining to see into the oppressive darkness beneath and beyond it. Was it watching me now? Could it see me standing here, exposed and trembling 30 feet away? The musky, rank odor filled my nostrils, making me gag. Then, movement. Not a clear sight, nothing I could ever truly describe or put a name to, thank God. But in the deepest shadows past the arch, something shifted. A flicker of motion that was too large, too fluid. A pale shape, momentarily catching the dim gray light, pallid, like grub flesh or bleached bone, before recoiling back into the blackness. It wasn't the movement of a bear shuffling or a moose stepping. It was disjointed, unnatural, like watching a reflection in disturbed water, but there was no water, just wrongness. That glimpse, that fleeting confirmation of something truly alien existing in that hidden place, shattered my paralysis. Pure, unadulterated panic surged through me, overriding everything else. There was no thought of curiosity now, no desire to understand. Only the desperate, animalistic need to flee. I didn't consciously decide to turn. My body reacted before my mind caught up, spinning around, stumbling over the needle. Covered ground as I scrambled back towards the narrow opening in the ancient spruce grove I'd emerged from. Behind me, I didn't hear footsteps, not exactly, but I heard activity. A rustling, slithering sound from the direction of the archway, the snapping of twigs, and then, horrifyingly, that wet, rhythmic clicking started again, louder this time, and seeming to come from multiple points within the darkness, echoing slightly. It was coming, or sending something, or maybe it was the woods themselves, now roused against me. I plunged back into the twilight grove, the hanging moss brushing against my face like cold, dead fingers. The stick-figure sentinels I'd passed just moments before seemed to leer at me now, their crude forms looking actively malicious in my panicked state. I didn't dare look back. I scrambled up the slope out of the ravine, ignoring the thorns that ripped at my clothes and skin, my lungs burning, adrenaline singing in my ears. The woods felt different on the way back. Hostile. The faint game trail I had followed seemed to have vanished in places, forcing me to crash blindly through the undergrowth. Branches seemed to deliberately snag my jacket, roots coiled like snakes waiting to trip me. The silence was gone, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart, and, terrifyingly, the intermittent clicking sound, sometimes seeming far behind me, sometimes chillingly close, sometimes seeming to echo from the trees to my left or right, as if I were being herded or surrounded. Was it chasing me? Toying with me? The uncertainty was almost worse than direct pursuit. Several times I slipped on the damp ground, crashing painfully onto my hands and knees, scrambling back up with whimpers of terror, convinced I'd feel something cold and unnatural seize my ankle. The sinister stick figures I'd passed on the way in were mocking guideposts now, grim reminders of the path I'd foolishly taken. I barely glanced at them, my only focus the desperate need to get back to the main, marked trail, back to somewhere normal. I splashed recklessly across the stagnant stream, not caring about the icy water or the slick rocks, scrambling up the muddy bank on the other side. The climb out of the ravine felt impossibly steep, my muscles screaming, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The clicking sound faded slightly here, or maybe my own panic was just drowning it out. Finally, gasping, bleeding from a dozen scratches, covered in mud and pine needles, I saw it, a flash of color through the trees. A blue trail marker nailed to a spruce. The main Tonsina Creek Trail. I burst out of the dense undergrowth like a startled deer, stumbling onto the relatively clear, well-trodden path. The relief was so overwhelming it almost buckled my knees. The air felt instantly cleaner here. The oppressive silence replaced by the distant, normal sound of the creek, the faint whisper of wind in the higher branches. I risked a glance back towards the impenetrable wall of vegetation I just emerged from. There was no sign of the game trail, no indication that anything lay beyond it but deep, dark woods. No sound came from within, but I knew I didn't stop. I ran. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, fueled by sheer terror. Down the trail, heedless of rocks or roots, convinced that the clicking sound would start again right behind me, that the thing from the archway could somehow follow me even here. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but I didn't stop until I burst out of the woods at the trailhead parking lot, collapsing against the side of my beat-up Subaru, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My car was the only one there. The gray afternoon was fading towards dusk. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the door open. Locking myself inside, I huddled in the driver's seat, shaking uncontrollably. Staring wildly into the darkening woods bordering the lot, I drove back to the small room I rented above a garage in town, the heater blasting though I couldn't seem to get warm. I stripped off my filthy, torn clothes, scrubbing myself raw in the shower, trying to wash away the feeling of the woods, the memory of that pale flicker of movement, the sound of the clicking. But the smell, that faint musky, decaying odor, seemed to cling to my nostrils for hours. Tucked into the cuff of my muddy jeans, I found it a single small twig bound with a pale, stiff strand of sinew. I threw it out immediately, feeling sick. I didn't sleep that night or the night after. Every shadow seemed to hold a crouched figure. Every creak of the old house sounded like clicking. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face the cheerful tourists, couldn't bear the thought of going anywhere near the harbor or the trails. The vast, beautiful Alaskan wilderness that had drawn me here now felt like a veneer over something ancient, predatory, and deeply wrong. I packed my bags 2 days later. I gave my landlord some excuse about a family emergency, forfeited my deposit, and drove south without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the Canadian border, and even then, I felt like I was being watched. I'm telling this story now, writing it all down from a cheap motel room somewhere in the lower 48 because I need to warn someone, because I need to convince myself it was real. Don't stray from the path. Not in Seward, maybe not anywhere where the wilderness runs deep and old. There are things out there, hidden in the shadows, just beyond the places we think we know. Things that leave markers, things that wait, things that aren't natural. And sometimes, if you follow the signs, if you push past your better judgment into their domain, they know you're coming.